Baby is asleep. Everything is going all right. How's it going, Big Jerry? How are you doing this fine evening? Well, night, I suppose. It's looking like a lot of the DSA candidates are not showing up and putting up good numbers in a lot of other primary races, it seems. But Abdul is looking quite good. But I mean, hey, you can't win them all. It's expected. Yeah, it takes time. Like, I know all the, like, Soylent chugging blue MAGA types are, like, swaying the fuck out super hard about this. And it's just like, dog? The fuck are you people talking about, bro? The first DSA candidate that has lost has been, Cory Bush, which is unfortunate. It's very, very interesting. That Wesley Bell is apparently popular. And he's an incumbent that's popular, which I find to be particularly fascinating. What's up again, Big Jerry? Oh, also, Neera Tanden has not been tweeting much at all about Abdul's race. That is a sign that that is a problem for Haley Stevens. If Neera Tanden is not soy pogging out, so that is a good sign. Just to say real quick. Do-doom, do-doom, do-doom. It's looking like Donovan McKinney. 27% reported, and he's still within about 7 points. This race between the race between Abdul and Haley Stevens is going to be very close, though, it seems. It's going to be close. Oh, also I have logistics 4 now, so... Oh boy, time to replace all our fucking belts. I do believe I've already replaced all the belts on the bottom. Now it's time to replace all the belts in the middle and on top. And then replace all the belts on the outposts. Very cool, very good. Cock and balls and pussy. Taint? Oh. Oh. Fucking putis. Fucking spam. Okay. 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 Oh yeah, I mean you can't hate the boomers enough, right? Like I've been saying this. You blame Daho. Hey, I did my due diligence in supporting Abdul Al Saeed, okay? I'm a Canadian. There's not a ton I can do.
Stupid fucking communist!
That's true. Stupid fucking communist. Yeah, you should be a capitalist instead. Nyeh. Oh, that happens all the time with this game, where everything just completely stutters in terms of the frames. That is very common because this game is not a well-optimized piece of software at all. They really thought it was a great idea to use Unreal 5 for this shit. So much for making your racetrack, Boy Meets Mini. I thought you were a committed, critical racist theorist. What is this? The fuck? I was expecting some racism from you, Boy Meets Mini. And you don't deliver? I'm gonna have to cancel you on twitter.com. Boy Meets Mini realized the monotony of having to constantly build infrastructure. Game was bogging down. And low frames would ruin the fun. Yeah, like I said before, this game, it's a good factory building game, okay? It's probably the second best one behind Factorio. I think Factorio is the best. Although there's like some, you know, there's disputes about that, obviously. But this game is very good. Very, very good. Have I played Mindustry? That's pretty fun. I have not, no. I have not played any other factory automation games besides Factorio and Satisfactory. Those are the only two I have played. Some might say they are the alpha and the omega. Alright, these upgraded belts is exactly what this fucking production line needed. Also, the cat's been, it's scratched me up a little bit because her nails are pretty sharp. And my skin is not having a good reaction to it. It is not having a good reaction at all. But it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I think I also have Dyson Sphere program. I definitely bought it. I don't have it installed. I haven't played it yet. I mean, I will be probably doing another Factorial run. I've played the fuck out of Sky Factory. I also thought about playing some Stone Block, I think it's called. But I've played the absolute hell out of them. I think I've done like about. Thank you, 235. I've done about like 3 runs of Sky Factory. All right. Are you gonna get extra putty spam or something? Putty. We're gonna get a fucking puttis off, Boy Meets Mini. God damn it. It's so over, dude. We're gonna get a fucking puttis off. Yeah, I'm also gonna die of cringe. We're getting a fucking puttis off.
We do a little trolling. Puttis. We do a little trolling.
Armor and Quills is joining in on the fun, but not with the puttis spam. No, so everyone thinks they're a wise guy, eh?
Puttis.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Everyone's a critic. Oh, Jesus. Oh, just because... Wait, okay, hold on. Hold on. Boy Meets Mini. Well, that's just a blurb thing, okay? Not much I can do about that. Now, Boy Meets Mini, do you understand the mistake you just made? You just said that your brain is fried around me and the putty spammers. Putty spammers, you know what to do. Boy Meets Mini, it's time for you to regret your decisions in life. I will kick... You're gonna kick espers? Why do you... Okay, kick them and then get shadow banned? Question mark? Okay. Okay, get shadow banned, idiot. Like that's
Put this.
that's supposed to affect me.
Put this.
Yeah,
this-
keep kicking those espers, dude. Get
this-
fucking shadow banned, idiot. Get El Fordus fucking netust. The reason why I'm saying literally get El.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
Put this. Put this.
Man, it is a confusing web of lies I've established here. Spamming any emote, I guess would. Really? Spamming any emote would get you shadow. Everyone, are we shocked by this development? No. I had no idea. My goodness. Spamming emojis gets you banned? No. That's crazy. Everyone, just keep saying put this to Boy Meets Mini. Make him crash out.
Put this. Put this. Put this. Put this.
The blessing of the streamer has been given. There's nothing that the silly sword man can do. No, Daho,
Put
why
this-
would you do something so evil? Because I find it funny. Now, put this!
Put this.
Oh, wait, Boy Meets Mini has now put... Uh-oh. Put this spammers, are you gonna take that? Are you gonna take Boy Meets Mini's like saying put this? Hmm? Yes. Oh. Okay, well.
Do you see now all this murder and you still aren't based?
I am based. What do you mean? On what? What am I based on?
Wrong. Fake news.
Damn. Getting owned right now, what the hell? That's fucked up, bro. Good lord. How many belts have I used? Fordus Netus would be proud of. No, he would not be. He would in fact hate us. Fordus Netus would not be proud of Puti spam. He would say to keep yourself safe, is what Fordus Netus would say. No, Fortus Netus would not care. U235, you think you know much about Fortus Netus, but unfortunately you do not know much about the Fortus fucking Netus. You think you know, but you actually don't. Classic mistake. Now, I don't know if Fortus Netus would eat you with barrels, Boy Meets Mini. That's a whole other can of worms. But he'd come up with something. He'd bait the demon host towards me. Maybe. Not that simple with the demon hosts. They tend to be rather fickle. And extremely fucking putis. Abdul is up by 3 points. This race is going to be, it's going to be close. But he's up by 3. Wait, U235, are you telling me that you don't want to see APAC in your dreams? What do you mean? I mean, Israel in your dreams? Freudian slip, Pepe. Anti-Semite Daho exposed. It's so fucking Jover for me. This streamer, Daharumba, showed a massive display of anti-Semitism on his stream. He said APAC instead of Israel. How dare he? How dare he have such a display of anti-Semitism on his stream? He should be permanently banned. Unlike Asmongold, who said that children should be shot. We'll get to Asmongold today. We do have some roach tent today. The big Yahoo is approaching my location. Benjamin, I do not have nuclear weapons. Fuck off. And I'm not Persian. I really need to figure out also how to potty train the cat. What's the best way of exactly doing that? Like, I'm reading stuff online. And it's saying, like, you know, like, show the cat how to dig a little bit in the sand. Do it constantly when they wake up after they eat and everything. I mean, I've been doing that, but, like, so far, Tina, every time I put her inside of the litter box, she just immediately goes away. One thing that my mom also suggested is it's a good idea for her to associate the litter box with like pee and poo and all that shit, you know? So she's just like, take a paper towel and just put it in the litter box. And then she can associate that smell. I'm just like, ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll probably DM Mr. Bashington. It could also just be I'm just way too early as well. She is just 3 weeks old. But Mr. Bashington will definitely answer my question. Absolutely. Good old Mr. Beer Bash. Shout out to Beer Bash, of course. Check Discord, eh? What has Zane concocted this time? The reason why I'm saying literally get elf.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Put this.
That's good. No, we have to. No, we have to fucking play it now. I don't even play TF2, but it's funny. Who cares? Suck my balls. That's not working. Oh, this thing's being very putis right now. Oh, it's being very putis. I did. It's pretty good. It's a good shoe emote. HRT Asmongold was also funny as well. Now you may be wondering, Daho, what the fuck are you talking about? And I say don't worry about it. Well, this is a new UI. What the heck?
I have crippling depression.
The reason why I'm saying literally get elf.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Put this.
That's good. I made that so much harder on myself for no reason. No, I'm becoming a TF2 meme. I don't even play that game. I'm a tourist. It's over for me. I didn't show the end. Oh, what was the end? There's actually quite a lot of people who still play TF2, even in the Big 26. Still a pretty popular game. It's a niche community. The reason why I'm saying literally get elf.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
Put this.
I'm sending that to Ford. That's good. Holy shit, that's funny. The absolute, you know, in like the dumb fucking way, more Pegasus does says it. Absolute cinema. Okay, that was a terrible Pegasus impersonation, but you get it. You get it. I can't do like the nasally way of speaking that more Pegasus does. Boy Meets Mini, I have to ask. Okay, this may sound a little terse, but why are so many of your countrymen so fucking cringe? I need to know. Why are so many of them so fucking cringe, bro? That sounded absolutely nothing like Nux. 'Cause trains? Well, I thought trains were supposed to make people based, not cringe. The fuck? We're still too British? Okay. No, that makes... okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love how we just don't question that at all. You know? It's like, oh yeah, we're still too British. Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. Everyone just, like, comes to the, like, general consensus of, like, yeah, okay, then that makes sense. Yeah, no, that checks out. Which is absolute cinema! You know, maybe I just can't bring myself to do a Pegasus voice. Because I just, like, find him so fucking revolting as an individual. Think he performs with that voice on purpose? Oh, so you think he's just like an annoying dipwad, like on purpose? I mean, that's possible. Like, basically just one of those things where you're like purposefully like a little pile of garbage on purpose. You know who else did that? Keemstar. The same behavior of, like, that Keemstar did 1-to-1. Which, I mean, I guess in that particular instance, Pegasus, you're, I guess, in good company there, buddy. Yeah, I can't believe that Zane would have this editing ability. How dare he? %45 in, Abdul at 40.9%. It's looking good for the Abdul bros. Abdul bros, it's looking pretty good. Who the fuck's Lawrence William? Or William Lawrence. Jesus. Why'd I read that the other way around? It's because you're racist, Daho. Yeah. Missouri 7th, projected winner. Nice, lovely. He's a DemSoc candidate. That's good. You know who else might be looking like a pretty decent candidate as well? The guy who is running against Max Miller. Something Poindexter. I think it's Brent or Brad Poindexter. It's a hilarious name, by the way. Great fucking name. She up on my duel till I dream of Israel. Huh? Huh? I don't know about that one. That one does not make a lot of sense to me there, Chief. Not gonna lie.
That's cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak.
Damn, you got called cringe. And your setup got called weak by Sam. Damn. Are you gonna take that? You got cringe and called weak. Only Windows 11 users can be that cringe. I can't really disagree with that. You know, I think the only time, Boy Meets Mini, where I will upgrade to Windows 11 is when, you know, the thing that a lot of these companies do when they force, like, certain updates to be made to their hardware? Like, it's the thing that Apple does where they'll purposefully, like, force you to do upgrades. I think that's the only thing that'll make me do the upgrade to Windows 11. Just that. Like, it's like a, yeah, over my dead body kind of a deal. You know what I mean? Only way to excuse me. Only way to get a new Win 10 key is the extended support license. That's not going to last long. That's true. We are running low on encased industrial pipes, which is a bit problematic. But we did just finish with the piping of probably the thing that is the most belt intensive, that being the iron. So that's good. Now these assemblers are going to spend a lot more time assembling, which is what they're supposed to do. Hooray for us. Oh no, Zane made something else again? Oh no. What is this? Piss cord. I'm not showing that. Nope. Absolutely the fuck not. What the fuck is that? You've created an abomination. Absolutely the fuck not. That's too far. Too far, poo-poo. Especially considering a lot of the shit that she said about Abdul.
Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head.
True. This is true. Get that through your fucking goddamn fucking head. You may not speak that name. Al Said has a massive fucking margin in terms of Dearborn. Yup. About expected. But no, this will be close. This will be close. I mean, it's still looking pretty good for Abdul. Should I delete that? Nah, it's fine. I mean, the polling was having Abdul Al Said up like by 15 points. I mean, he's probably gonna win. I do think that this, like, I do think that, like, Haley Stevens is more than likely absolutely cooked. She's not a good candidate. Like, it's so bad that even, Chris Cillizza, you know, that fucking weirdo, was saying that Abdul Al-Sayed is the better candidate in comparison to that of Haley Stevens. Because, like, literally, like, think of it this way. The only thing that Haley Stevens has going for her is the fact that she has a fuck ton of money. Like, that's it. Like, that's it. It's just money. Otherwise, from what I understand, no ground game, no bitches, no nothing. Lawrence won because 2 moderate opponents split the vote. Nice. What is, what, Michigan 7th, you said, Boy Meets Mini? Where is Michigan 7th? I'm mostly just wondering how he'd do in a general election. Lansing. Okay, you say that as if I'm supposed to know what that is. Is that like a big city in Michigan, basically? Ooh, state capital. Really? Okay. I find the decisions of what makes state capitals in the United States to be so fascinating. I wonder what the history is behind that. Mostly what I'm going to be, I think, the most happy about is there's this, and I think you've probably seen this account on Twitter, Boy Meets Mini, but there's this account called the DSA Watch, who's basically like a high schooler who should be focusing on doing their math homework instead of talking about politics. Yeah, that motherfucker is easily one of the most astroturfed accounts I think I have ever seen in a while. But that dude was like soy pogging out over the over voting for Haley Stevens, and seeing Seeing a high schooler eat dirt, metaphorically speaking, of course, in a political sense, will be satisfying, because I don't like that motherfucker. That dude's a weirdo and a loser. And the reason why I say that dude's a fucking high schooler is for one reason and one reason only. There was like a call where the dude was on a Twitter space, and it sounded like the dude was a 14-year-old. Oh, look who's awake. What is it, sleepyhead? Hey, sleepyhead. Yes, you're very happy. Yeah. Yes? Do you have something to say to the people? No, she's just sniffing the microphone. Every other time she's just been asleep. But now she's awake. Although I assume she's probably not going to be awake for very long. Because normally she goes to sleep. Like, to sleep for the day around this time. Yeah, what you meowing about? Yeah? Do you guys hear the little meows? Yeah, you want to explore? You just want to walk around? Well, I can't have you going near the cables, silly. Because that's not good for you. Well, mostly it's not good for the cables, but it's also not good for you as well, silly goose. Have you explained to her how much you like kicking her Esper cousins? First off, she doesn't even understand what that means. Like, to her, like, an Esper is like a foreign alien. Like, just completely alien to her. So, like, I mean, you'll like talk about kicking Espers, and she'll just like kind of look at you and just say meow, and then like move on with her life. Or she'll just like try to walk up to you and try to get you to hold her or something while she like climbs at your face. Yeah, I'm aware that Espers are cats, but here's the thing with cats. They don't like each other all that much, and cats are highly territorial. So far, okay, it looks like Boy Meets Minnie with the Abdul race. It's looking like it's the Mallory McMorrow fucking spoiler race so far. Which I find to be so fucking funny. Like, I'm ready to see the, like, cope from all the blue MAGA weirdo types. Talking about, like, if only Mallory McMorrow didn't, like, act as a spoiler for Haley Stevens. Yeah. So would she like Esper kicking? I don't think she would really know much about it. And also, I'm not the one who kicks Espers. I never said I liked anything about the Esper kickings. Are you hungry? Haven't had the in-person votes counted yet. I do think like it's. I mean that lead is probably going to expand. I think for Abdul. Because I think a lot of people went in person to vote for him. I think. Are you still hungry? I fed you like an hour ago. I can't feed you again. You're gonna be too fat. It's too much. I already fed you a lot. In fact, I fed you extra today. No more feeding. Between Abdul Al-Sayed and Haley? Obviously Abdul. It's as Abdul himself has said, if you need like $60 million, for example, in order to be able to win a primary, like you need $60 million for that. You need that kind of a crutch in order to win. Dog, how do you think that you're electable in comparison to that of the fucking Republican? That's insane to me. And considering the fact that AIPAC is mostly Republican donors, she's not going to have anywhere near the same amount of money in comparison to Mike Rogers. Which is why I find it hilarious when all the blue MAGA centrist types keep constantly claiming and clamoring and saying that, oh yeah, Haley Stevens is way better than Abdul Al-Sayed in terms of like electability, in terms of like this race. And it's just like, in what way? She would be worse. Because she's not going to have that $60 million war chest that she got from all that outside spending. What are you doing? Do you just want to run around? What exactly do you want? What do you want? Are you hungry? I can't eat. Listen, I can't let you eat, buddy. I already fed you not that long ago. I gave you, like, more than the recommended amount, which is typically supposed to be about half a tablespoon. She does have a very small stomach. But even when I fed her extra, she's just ate it all. Like, no problem. And she's been a very, very active, running around when she has been awake, and she's been sleeping, like, for, I mean, like, 16 plus hours constantly. Yeah, I can't believe Fox of Fate misgendered. How dare you? I can't let you touch my face, baby. I'm allergic. Nope. Can't let you do that. Well, people have been canceled for worse. Here, let me turn on the camera. There we go. Oh my god, I can't believe that Daho is exploiting an animal for monetary gain. How dare he do such a thing? He should be canceled for that. Yeah, she's very small. Say hi. Look at the camera, Tina. Oh, you don't like that. You're very wiggly, I know. Very, very wiggly. She does not like being held. Yeah, what is it? What? You need to learn how to potty in your litter, okay? I don't want to keep cleaning up after you all the time when you keep pissing all over the place. Because eventually you'll piss somewhere where you shouldn't. And there's going to be big problems. You understand that, right? I hope you do. Yeah, or somewhere I can't get to, where I can't clean it, which would be very annoying. It would be especially annoying if it was under the bed. That would be really annoying. Yeah, what's up? Mm-hmm. Oop. What, did you see something? You see a ghost? Big yawn. Ooh, big yawn. She likes belly rubs. She likes to bite. She does the little bites. And she loves to climb. Loves to try to climb on me all the time. It hurts. It's like getting constantly stabbed by a ton of needles. you starting to get sleepy now? Do you want to be put back on your bed? Yeah, she's sleepy. No declawing? I will not be declawing her. No. That's not a teat, you silly. Listen, it's not like it's that difficult to clip nails. It's not. What is it? Oh, a second wind? Can't have you coming to the face, baby. I am allergic. Ack. Exactly, if you get her used to it early. Recommended you start like clipping nails at around, I think, 4 weeks is what I read. So next week we have to start clipping your nails, and it's like a two, like you do it every like 2 weeks kind of a deal. It's not gonna be comfy at first, okay, honey? Well, listen, you gotta be in frame so I can monetarily exploit you. Everyone likes cute animals. Duh, that's grifting behavior, and you constantly rail against grifters all the time. How dare you be a grifter? Yes, how dare I? I'm trying to help you get more comfortable, silly. Yeah. You know, it's gonna be like 6 consoles, cat cam, dog cam, all that for the fucking XQC meme. Oh, you're sleepy. I know you're sleepy, baby. But yeah, she's 3 weeks old. She was the runt of the litter, smallest one. From what we understood, from what my parents told me, she would constantly bite her siblings in order to try to get at the mom in order to feed. Such as, you know, the life of being the runt. She is very tiny. Stumbled around a lot at first, and then she started like zipping about more and more, and is getting more coordinated. She's gonna be zooming, well, especially when she grows up a little more. She'll be zooming way more. Also, I need to start to teach her to get used to eating from a bowl. That's going to be next week as well. Feed her wet food combined with the formula. So then she weans off of the formula. There's no milk there, silly. But yeah, she still has like all her like, I don't know if I show you her belly like this, you can see she still has all her baby fur and everything. I don't want to keep her too long in my hands. She's very wiggly and does not like being held. Very wiggly. She wants to be free. No, she's tired. Like, I guarantee you, if I put her down right now for her to be free, because she's yawning a bunch, it's her second big yawn, She'll just be like, no, let me back in your arms. Or she may go to bed if I put her in the bed. One of the two. Although, honestly, she just might be hungry. Again. Which, honey, I can't feed you. Otherwise, you'll be too fat. I've already fed you too much. You're gonna be obese, and that's not a good thing. But here. Grab her by the nape. Put her down in her bed. Instantly comes back. Right by the chair. Where'd she go? I hate it when she's under the chair. Because I can't see her. And she's trying to climb my arm. Told you, she doesn't want to be free. She wants to be free. Boy Meets Minnie, you think you know? Oh, I know much better than you do, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah. Ooh, not the nose. Not the face. Can't be doing the face. As much as you want that, can't be doing that, unfortunately, okay? I know. Oh, she's so wiggly. I think it's because she's hungry. Are you hungry? Oh. I know, but I can't feed you. It wouldn't be good for me to feed you right now. It'd be a bad thing. I already fed you like an hour ago. It was about like 2 hours. Like hour and a half ago. Oh no, it's 11:46. No, it would have been like almost. Oh, when did I feed her last time? It was about 9 o'clock when I fed her. No, it was like 10 o'clock when I fed her. I can't feed you right now, I know. You're hungry, you want to get fed. But I can't feed you. I can't do it. No can do. Does she need more feeding for being the runt? Actually, no. Because she's so small, right? Her stomach is smaller. She's smaller, right? Feeding her more is actually not a good thing. Because since she's the runt, that means her stomach is smaller. Her organs are smaller. Because she's small. So feeding her more is not actually a good thing. But she's going to fall asleep eventually. Guaranteed. No more cat. Yeah, she keeps licking me constantly. I know she's hungry. Baby, I can't feed you. I know you want food. That's what you want more than anything. But I can't feed you. Because you've already had enough for today. Mm-hmm. What? Mm-hmm. It's very difficult to play Satisfactory with one hand. I do have to say that. Yeah. Ooh, another yawn. You're tired. I know you're sleepy. I guess you just have a little bit of energy left until your battery's all expended, and then you just go to bed. You have such a simple life. Your life is so easy. It's just eat, sleep, and play. That's all you do. That's it. Luckily, I don't have to teach her how to groom herself. That's good. She grooms herself constantly. No, she's a groomer. It's over. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the mail-in ballots went over to Haley Stevens, which makes sense, given the fact that her voting base skews much older, and they're the ones who mostly do mail-in votes. Mm-hmm. Oh! Donovan McKinney is back up in the lead over Shree. Let's go. Alright, are you asleep now? You're trying to fall asleep. Come on. Put you in your bed. No? Bro be falling asleep. Comes back, tries to climb on me. Come on, sleepyhead. You gotta sleep in your bed. I know. You want to sleep on my lap because I'm so much warmer. But you need to learn how to sleep there. I mean, you have learned how to sleep there. But you're just like, well, why would I do that when I have access to the warm human? Yeah, what is it? You'll get Tucker down and eventually go to bed anyways. That's what it's there for sleeping. Good girl. Very good girl. Very good girl. Alright. Well, the cat escapades later. But she's learning. She's learning. She's doing good in some respects. And some others, well, needs more time. Well, now you just want to walk around and wander around a little bit. Okay, that's fine. Tell you, no, not by the cables. Not by the cables. Nope. No cables. No cables. I've like come up with like this crude walling off system for when she, like for when I'm basically asleep and she like may wake up in the middle of the night, to make sure that she does not go by any of the computer cables. And I just block it off completely. It's funny. Okay, well, the concrete section is going to get completely replaced by refineries. Now we have them. That's the screws. Screws need to be fixed. Pet-proofing the house, oh boy. It's unnecessary right now. I don't think we need to do it. But once he starts to get a little bit bigger, then we definitely have to. Because, like, basically crude block-offs, for now, is effective. For now. Where is she? Oh, you're just in another dark corner. That's fine. As long as I can see you. But, like, yeah, so far, really the only major thing I have left to do with her, with Tina, is just potty training. That's it. Stuff on your butt. Are you waiting? Whoa. Oh, careful, silly goose. Almost hit your head. Yes, you get belly rubs. Don't like the sound. I just want to keep wandering around. One thing that's also not helping me is how old my fucking chair is. All the constant creaks and shit. I know you love to bite, don't you? Biter. You're such a biter. Yum. Try cleaning some of the stuff off your fur real quick. not interested. Oh God. You might keep bonking your head on there, you silly goose. What you doing? Oh man. Keep getting cat distracted. It's the end of the world. Distraction by cat. Careful. Hmm, 65% of the vote in for Abdul's race, and he's still up by 3 points. And it's looking like that's staying as the consistent trend for the time being, which is probably what he's going to win by. Like, I think this shit's probably over. Probably. I don't think Haley Stevens has got the ability to stick it to him. I do think it's probably over, and he's gonna win. You're starting to scratch now, eh? We're gonna have to get you a scratching post soon. Well, nail clippers and a scratching post. Those are some of the things we didn't grab quite yet, 'cause we're just like we don't really need those right now. Looks like we actually do kind of need them. Some capybaras got into the Brazilian Parliament building. Wait, that's kind of based. Wait, why would that be a cringe thing? That seems kind of based, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Still don't really know what's with like people's obsession with capybaras. I mean, they're cool little guys, you know. Like, I think they're like all right little guys. They're just like little guys, you know. Like, it's like I can see like what's the hype. I think they're all right, you know. Can't complain. What you meowing about? Like, it's because of, like, all the videos of people, like, seeing him just, like, chilling in, like, in, like, hot springs and stuff, that people are just like, oh my god, capybara. Or it's, like, that one animation with that one girl who's saying, like, oh my god, capybara. Wow, capybara. It's like I'm speaking a foreign language. As we all know, Boy Meets Minnie is a big fan of capybaras. Where'd you go again? You're over there. That's fine. No, she's just, you know, walking around in the usual spots. Just, like, wandering around. It's normal kitten things. Nothing too crazy. Well, we need to daisy chain these things now. That makes the lines look a lot cleaner. Where are you, Tina? Oh, you're just in a corner somewhere? I'm going to have to think of something to eliminate this corner as well. Because there's a cable and you may potentially take a piss there. It'd be very annoying for me to clean that. And I prefer not to deal with that. I'll think of something. I will think of some crude blocking method. You know, ever since you discovered that corner, you've taken quite a liking to it. So how about this? That'll make it much harder for you to get in there. Yeah, what is it? Unhappy that I closed off one of your favorite areas? Well, I know. No, you're just over there. Just sitting. You know, another thing that's also going to feel very good is to not have to rely on coal anymore as our primary fuel source. That's going to be great. I went in the complete opposite direction of what I wanted to be. I really need to put up signs to indicate what area makes what products, so then I just don't keep forgetting where the hell I'm supposed to go. Duh, you're supposed to have this memorized. How could you not have this memorized? Ah, well, you know. I'm an old man. Is old. He's old. I think I might change this setup to use only pure iron ingots, because we do have that recipe. And eventually we'll be able to transport a bunch of water, because we have the access to the fluid truck. One needs rubber, one needs plastic. That's funny. Yeah, we can make these things now. The fluid truck station. I think I might replace these with the fluid trucks and the pure ingot recipe. Now, if we take a look, the pure ingot recipe in comparison to that of the here, pure iron ingot. It produces about 10 less iron, but it doesn't require the use of copper. Or to make ingots. Maybe I'll come back to this. Doom. Alright, the kitten has now fallen back asleep. Yet again. Never mind. As soon as I say that, she gets up. Are you just trolling me right now, little dude? Yes. Yes, you are. Getting trolled by my cat. What do I do? That's what it's like to be a cat owner. Getting trolled by the cat.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Yeah, she does a little bit of trolling. Happens a lot more often than you think. Cats are the ultimate trolls. Why do you think I like them? XD. That's why I like them. Where'd she go again? You want my chair? Oh, you little goofball. You managed to squish yourself in there, eh? I'm gonna call it a better solution then. You little goob. What a goober. Oh yeah, you know you're a goober, I know. Fucking goober. You keep wanting to go to sleep, and then you just all of a sudden you don't want to go to sleep. Get something stuck in your whiskers, silly goose. Okay. Alright, a lot of these sub-factories are going to be way easier to finish upgrading the belts for. Because all the main stuff is already prepared. And requires less shit. Nice the game had bots. Oh, you can say that again. Upgrading all this stuff, like, having to do it manually this way is very annoying. I guess the developers wanted to make it such that you'd have to, like, go around and explore and shit like that, and using bots to do that is kind of shit or something. I don't know why the developers didn't make, like, bots. Maybe because they wanted to try to differentiate themselves more from Factorio? I don't know exactly. I mean, who knows? Like, we can speculate till the cows come home why there's no bots in this game. Maybe they just didn't want to be called the Factorial LARPers or something. I don't know exactly. Like, I mean, there's so many potential reasons. Tough to implement as well. Maybe, yeah. Also, Boy Meets Me, I almost forgot to mention, it's, I mean, Satisfactory does technically have its own bot system, kind of, in the drones, sort of, even though it's, like, nowhere near the same, but in a way, the drones are similar to that of bots. In, like, the most crudest sense possible. shipping longer distance imagine that they could build though? I mean, more like they're good for shipping radioactive stuff. Well, now that the AI bubble is popped, I wonder if Nvidia will go back to gaming. Wait, has the AI bubble popped? Is that... Are you slash real or slash JK? Or slash J? Are you slash sirs or slash JK? Google lost like 5 billion. I wouldn't count that like as like the bubble popping. Not yet. Because Nvidia, if the Nvidia guys are the, like, because we're talking about like, what's like the net worth? Yeah, like 5 billion is not that much for Google. That's not like enough to say it's a pop. Like as much as I would like for there to be a pop to the AI bubble, but 5 billion is like nothing. Yeah, but it's a net loss. Oh yeah, for sure, Zane. But here's the thing, right? Like, in the '08 recession, and also during the dot-com bubble, right? Because that's the thing that this is the most similar to. A lot of these like proto-tech firms were investing in things that were also not generating a lot of money, not generating a lot of profit. And they invested and they invested and they invested in a overhyped product, that being the internet at this time, that was not producing the return on investment that was being promised. Eventually, like, yeah, the internet did get to the point where it is now producing that amount of profit that the shareholders are expecting, just, you know, much later in life. But there was like so much investment going into it. So much so that eventually caused a pop. We, I would say, are kind of in the cusp of that bubble popping for AI and stuff. Because more and more companies are, for example, talking about how much they do not like and regret the fact that they've been using AI and stuff. Like, that's just a fact. Have we gotten to the point where it's going to collapse? Not quite yet. There's a lot more to it. It's like a chain of companies. Yeah. Like, we know the Hank Green video, right? I think it was Hank Green who talked about that. It's a good video. We're talking about, like, the whole web of companies. That's a part of the AI bubble, right? We know the meme. Of course. But has it gotten to the point yet that it's collapsed? Not yet. But it will eventually. It will eventually. I do think that. It's just not sustainable. The amount of investment for, like, nothing. Every company using AI phone calls or intervoices are having a 95% drop in sales or production due to it. Yeah. Like again, here's the thing, but like, here's the problem with shareholders, Zane. Everything you're saying in terms of like the analysis aspect, it's sound, right? The problem is we're dealing with shareholders, and shareholders are not rational creatures. They're just not. And that's just a fact. Yep, they are passing the same money. That's how they're keeping everything artificially inflated. You're right. But here's the thing. Unless something stops that, or something crazy happens. Because let's be honest here. I'm pretty sure that most of these people understand that their product is a sham and nobody gives a fuck about it. Like, nobody cares about AI. That's a fact. Right? We can all say this. But the problem is, do the investors and the shareholders, like all the private equity firms, do they know about it? Do they care about it? Well, not yet. Once they do start to care about it, and there's like a mass sell-off, then we'll see some potential shit show ramifications about it. But for the time being, we're not seeing that yet. Not yet. It's gonna happen eventually. When? That's ultimately a differing question. But it will happen eventually. We just have to keep waiting, basically. Because it's gonna happen. It'll happen. Like with the AI nonsense all shitting the bed. It's almost an inevitability at this point, but we'll see, we'll see. Okay, that's that done. I think there's only a couple more areas left that need belting. 74%. Abdul Al Said is still up by about 3%. Very cool. We love Abdul Al Said, folks, let me tell you. Yeah, shouts to Arun. Arun, I know. Alright, now you should be able to flow properly. NVIDIA dropped 15% and 17% one day. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to keep happening. It'll keep happening. That's for certain. But what's going to cause it all to pop? We're not going to know. We can speculate till the cows come home. But we all know that the Trump administration will do basically everything possible in order to prevent that. Yeah, they'll build like data centers in space. That's gonna solve the problems. It's got to be the bailout. Oh, for sure. And it'll be massive. Like, it's guaranteed it's gonna happen, more or less. Like, there's gonna be a bailout for these fuckers, and it's gonna cause a further immiseration of the working class, because they're the ones who are gonna have to pay for it. That's for certain. And then economic conditions will get worse. And then everything is going to get worse. In general. From my perspective, it's already popped. But it's like the immediate pop where people are expecting shit burn slowly. Yeah, that's probably true. That's fair.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
that's pretty true. Might be time for me to increase production capacity of these shitters. How's Donovan doing? 50% in. That 52%. Looking decent. The worst part is that this is global. It's just not. Like, the chances of a comeback has passed critical mass. I also prefer to say it's popped instead of speculation, because the more people saying that it's popped, the less appeal it has. Maybe. Dude, fucking Wick is having a schizo conniption about all of this. He's been basically, like, soy pogging out about all the DSA candidates losing, but most of them have not been, campaigning at all. With Hassan. So I don't see what's the point of, like, bringing up, like, Hassan's just a wrecker and an arsonist. Nyeh. It's just like, okay, and you're like best friends with like a pedophile in Destiny. So like I don't know what we're talking about here. Like, what are we saying? This is nonsense. Yeah, also him calling this advocacy is so fucking funny to me. Also, like, Wick never talks about any of the State House district ones as well, which there have been a bunch of. It's just very silly. It's just incredibly shallow political analysis from an incredibly shallow fucking moron. Fucking Wick saying he's doing the fucking political advocacy. Okay, buddy. So fucking goofy. This is a very, like, strange individual. Also, Boy Meets Minnie, I have to show off this other modded building that I have. And there it is. It's called the Extreme Pump. And this thing's kind of nutty. This thing right here. This thing is really good. 4 outlets in a very small, contained, convenient way. Its normal rate is 960 cubic meters per minute. Now you're maybe just wondering to yourself, well, the fuck? That's terrible. Pipes can only basically have a maximum flow rate of about 600 cubic meters per minute. Well, that's why there's 4 differing outlets. Because they all get split evenly amongst each outlet. This thing's really strong. To get the same thing from water extractors, you need each one of them to be powered with a power shard. This building is kind of nuts. It's very broken. And it solves my issue of needing to get water for all of my farming needs. And I can use that relatively small plot of water right here. Oh, excuse me, for all of it. It's very clean, it's very simple, it's very easy. I mean, Haley Stevens is still, she's like clawing her way there, slowly and surely. She's now within 2.6% of Abdul, about 40,000 votes, 77% counted in. 40,000 votes, about 356 votes left. It could happen. I doubt it, but it could. Anything is possible, of course. You know, for all the bluster that Haley Stevens had specifically about talking about how Abdul Al-Sayed lost in 2018, it's going to be very funny, I don't know, like, seeing her probably, like, cope and seethe about the fact that she lost to him in 2026. Like, I never really understood that attack that she had. We'll talk about her crash out tweet about all of this. Because it was really funny, because it was kind of racist as well. But she had like a rage crash out tweet, probably because of all the bad polling that was coming out against her. Because she was having a lot of really bad polling. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, she was having some bad polling, wasn't looking good. She had like a crash out moment where she was kind of racist to Abdul. You know, same with all the blue MAGA types, but They're always racist, so whatever. So she was like crashing out basically. And it got to the point where she just was talking about like Abdul Al-Sayed losing the governor's race in 2018 to Gretchen Whitmer, to the big Gretch, who has now pretty much crashed and burned at this point in time. And she still wasn't able to beat Abdul with all of the establishment like trying to coalesce around her. It's just such a bad look. Also, I have not been doing any segments at all. It's like almost 1 in the morning, so probably should get to work on that. That would be a good thing to do, folks. Ooh, I can't wait to just eat the L to that fucking DSA watch, dude. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be very satisfying to just make fun of that loser. But it will be close. It will be close. Going to bed, but if Al-Sayed wins this race narrowly, one of the first things he'll be told to do is kick Hassan Piker to the curb to campaign statewide, and the Schadenfreude is, well, will be delicious, you mean? Okay, dude. It's very weird. I'm going to be very excited to say that a bunch of people are just going to be coping and seething. Bernie Sanders defends Hassan by saying that he does radio. That's funny. I mean, technically speaking, he's not wrong. That's good. Can't wait to see all the Cope news reports when they just show him doing really cool shit like free childcare and then act like it's bad, Lamau. They will not. They'll never do that, but we'll see. Because optically speaking, that's just too bad. No, it's because of the optics. It's what it is. Oh, it's U235 saying putus. What do you want, U235? Well, just in time, we're just about to start yapping and doing light segments. Oh, we're being stupid right now? Fine. There we go. Yeah, we'll be talking about Asmongold, because what he's been saying has been particularly insane. Let's get started. Alright, quick reminder to everybody. This is very important that we keep saying this over and over and over again, but RFK Jr. is evil. Thank you. Segment over, the video has ended. Besides the point. I digress. But RFK Jr. has been making a bunch of media tour and, like, has been making the rounds for some reason. And it makes you ask this question. Why is RFK Jr. running around like a metaphorical chicken with his head cut off, yapping to the fucking media all the time? It makes you think, doesn't it? It certainly does. Why is he doing this? Is he going to be one of the next people the Trump administration lets go because of, well, mostly him doing a terrible job with a lot of the current infectious diseases that are rolling around? Just like we talked about before with the Fauci video. May potentially also link that in the description. But there's currently like a show trial of Fauci that RFK Jr. is obviously a huge fan of because he's a conspiratorial crank who just wants children seemingly to die from easily preventable diseases. Like I'm not really sure of any other way to sort of say that besides in that sort of like aspect and frame of reference. I think RFK Jr. is just interested in seeing children die of easily preventable diseases. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake, the United States has now lost, I'm going to say this again, lost its measles eradication status because of RFK Jr. being at the helm because of how vaccine skeptical he is and how much like anti-science, like fucking nonsense that he basically spreads around with his like stupid idiot Maha nonsense. And this is a point that Emma Vigeland has brought up herself, and I kind of like wholeheartedly agree with. The weakest part of the Trump coalition seems to be the Maha branch of the coalition. And the reason for as to why that is the case is because kids are getting sicker, so there's that. Because of RFK's general anti-science sort of incompetence. Also because of, like, the low amount of trust people have in pharmaceutical companies and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. It's almost as if having a privatized healthcare system is bad, but I digress. And as a byproduct of all of the stuff with the glyphosates and, like, Monsanto also having, like, some kind of, like, strange immunity because of their usage of glyphosate, because he himself has also said that, well, glyphosates are a national security concern when he was defending his sort of actions of their deregulation for the express purpose of, all the pesticide companies that Donald Trump seems to be rather buddy-buddy with. I don't know why he has, like, this particular, I don't know, adherence to all the pesticide and, like, forever chemical fucking companies. That's a mystery to me, but whatever. Like, if it's corporate interests and Donald Trump, you know that he's going to be behind them, like, 1,000% of the time. would like every single time because, well, if it hasn't been made clear to you before, Donald Trump hates you, and he will do basically anything to make a quick buck. But besides Donald Trump, we're mostly here to talk about RFK Jr. But here is RFK Jr. talking about how he doesn't have a gag reflex and that he would literally eat anything. I mean, RFK Jr. does have a story about how he's, well, eaten roadkill before.
The most exotic. I will literally eat anything because I don't have.
But
I don't
even
have a
with your
gag reflex. Let me put it like that.
Okay, that's not the problem, RFK Jr. It's the fact that you keep having, like, these really strange stories of how you, like, get, like, random whale carcasses and just decide to put them on the top of your truck for some fucking reason. Or how you seemingly had a story of how you ate roadkill, or that time where apparently you killed a bear, I think it was. Yeah, raccoon penises, that's another thing as well, Fox of Fate. And he also killed a bear and hid it in Central Park. I don't know, bro. Like, have you ever considered that's just really fucking weird? Like, why? Like, what the fuck are you doing? This is extremely fucking strange. Like, why are you doing a lot of the stuff that you're currently doing? It's just very peculiar. But, you know, that's just like a, shall we say, quick dip into the media tour that this fucking freak has been doing. The stuff that's really making the rounds and is going viral is this interview that he had with Dana Bash on CNN. Now, Dana Bash, don't really like her all that much. Whatever, who cares? But for whatever reason, RFK Jr. has been, like, absolutely crashing the fuck out here on Dana Bash's show when she's just, like, asking him some relatively simple follow-up questions about the current measles outbreak that's happening within the United States of America. Quick reminder, again, that the United States has now officially lost its measles eradication status because of this, well, conspiratorial anti-science crank at the helm.
Do you think
cases in the
COVID
U.S.
vaccine protected children?
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors
Talk to
about.
scientists. Can you show me one study?
Yes, I can.
That shows that
I can.
children were protected by the COVID vaccine.
I can tell you that
That
there are.
vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you.
So yeah, I mean, this, I don't even have to fucking show the study. But the idea that, by the way, when the novel coronavirus was happening, I know that novel is a difficult term for RFK Jr. to understand, but that means new, as in it's never been encountered before. But when the novel coronavirus was happening, the main vector that it was mostly spreading through was children. Which is why the schools got closed in the way that they did, right? Because RFK Jr. is going to talk about this specifically, because he's like trying to basically patch together back the Maha coalition by basically just like jingling some keys over Anthony Fauci, is seemingly his like main strategy, it seems. Okay. The reason why the Maha coalition is falling apart is because of you specifically, RFK Jr., because you have to, like, suck Trump's cock at all fucking times. So, whatever, that's a whole different sort of story. The problem with, like, the coronavirus specifically is the fact that it was mostly children who were passing the virus during the early stages of the fucking pandemic, right? And funny thing about children is that they are more vulnerable to fucking infectious diseases because they're children. Their bodies are not fucking fully developed, which is why the statewide sort of lockdowns eventually started to end up happening. Because, you know, like, all these, like, dumb fucking conservatives love to just, like, bluster about talking about, it was unconstitutional to have all these, like, shutdowns. It's like, well, they're just doing it because, again, like, for all this, like, constant talk about how Republicans basically want to reopen the economy, because they were trying to reopen the economy all the fucking time. You know, Trump was, like, begging Anthony Fauci about how he could do this and if he could do that, and he was saying no every single time. That would be insane and stupid, and lots of people would die. I mean, Anthony Fauci has probably saved hundreds of thousands, if not potentially millions of lives in the United States because of the recklessness of the Republican Party, but whatever. They don't give a shit about that, because line for graph needs to go up. That's like way more important, as we all know, obviously. For the novel coronavirus, kids were the biggest carriers of the disease because their bodies are more fucking vulnerable to it, and as a byproduct of that, they can spread it to the parents, and then they can get the disease and will be unable to go to work, which will cause further economic fucking problems. But conservatives don't understand that because, well, they hate you.
You that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine
True Fox Fate.
disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying nonsense. You are saying something that you cannot show me a single.
Wait, hold on. RFK Jr., I thought during your fucking hearings you believed in the efficacy of vaccines. What happened? Well, you think Dana Bash is saying nonsense because the vaccines saved a bunch of lives? Because you have, like, some schizophrenic conspiracy theory in your fucking dumb brain saying that kids who got the vaccine were more vulnerable to disease? Which is something that he claimed in this exact fucking interview. I mean, we'll go over the Majority Report segment on this, specifically, because he was saying a bunch of insane, nonsensical fucking bullshit. So, you think that the kids that were taking the vaccine with the gain-of-function research were more likely to get the fucking disease for some reason because somehow the disease will, like, turn back on? No, that's not how that fucking works whatsoever. I mean, there's a potential of it happening, but, you know, every fucking measure is going to be taken to make sure that that does not happen. But the point of all this is that this form of research is important because it's going to be able to help people prepare for the next sort of pandemic. And the United States, under your fucking tenure, is going to be very, very ill-prepared for the next fucking setup, or whatever the next pandemic may potentially pop up because of your fucking tenure over the over HHS and the CDC. Like, buddy, you're the fucking problem because of your stupid anti-science conspiracism fucking nonsense. Like, you will directly lead to millions of people dying because of your fucking actions, RFK Jr., but you don't really give a shit about that now, do you?
I am not saying nonsense.
You are talking what somebody told you.
Excuse me.
And you cite me the study. What study?
No, what studies are you talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
True.
Cite me the study that you're talking about.
I am not here to defend.
Cite me the study.
I'm trying to remember, like, whatever fucking, like, God, what's the name of that main fucking dude he always likes to refer to, Boy Meets Mini? I forget his name. But that guy's, like, also a complete crank. And he always likes to talk about how a bunch of doctors were getting lay epic silenced for, I don't know, like providing some countervailing narrative or something. It's like, no, dude, they were just wrong. And everyone was saying, like, no, they're just wrong and stupid and you shouldn't fucking listen to them. But RFK Jr. is just out here, I don't know, like coping and fucking seething about the fact that no one believes in his, like, freakish anti-scientific beliefs. Jay Bhattacharya. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini.
This is not productive. I am not here to defend all of the.
You're talking nonsense. You're making assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm arguing.
Okay,
with
do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll
True.
get there in a second. Let me just say, for the.
Like, I mean, we can literally find studies saying that yes, the vaccines basically made it such that that a bunch of kids were not able or were able to not get this endemic sort of disease now, mostly because of how ineffective the United States was at answering it, but whatever, that's a different sort of story. And because of the actions of the fucking vaccines, we can certainly point to the fact that, yeah, a lot less fucking kids died as a byproduct of the widespreadness of the vaccines, right? Because again, like, with immunocompromised people and a whole bunch of other sort of individuals as well, people who can't necessarily get the vaccines because of complicated reasonings, it makes it such that the herd immunity that these guys love to fucking soy pog out for as much as they do is way easier to be able to achieve with more and more people having the vaccines. But then again, we're dealing with RFK Jr., who does not believe in the concept of public health. So, of course, he's going to say a bunch of, like, idiotic nonsense. And we can go through the fucking studies. We can look them up. Like, is Dana Bash going to have one on hand for this, like, dumbass fucking loser? And considering the fact that she's at CNN, she more than likely has talked with scientists, epidemiologists, and all of them have the exact opposite narrative of this, like, fucking conspiratorial crank who seems to just be mostly okay with the death of children. Like, really, I have, like, no other way to sort of, like, I don't know, like, think of this in any other sort of lens or frame besides, I think RFK Jr. is okay with the kids dying, folks. I'm just going to say that.
The record that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You were scaring people.
Why are you saying that?
Because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to
okay,
put the chyrons up.
Okay, stop.
He's coping.
We were trying to be, we were listening to the leaders in this country.
Dude, he's crashing,
including the president,
dude.
who had a daily press conference explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to talk to the measles.
Actually, were you reading
The
the
measles.
science yourself?
Probably not, because it's not her job to read the science herself. Like, I mean, she's going to look at the study and report on it, because that's kind of her job as a reporter, RFK Jr. Did you read any of the studies? Did you come away with any of the interpretations that were being made, and not just, like, making up some random bullshit? Because here's the thing with RFK Jr., he lies all the time as well. Very, very common line of behavior for charlatans like this. He loves to lie. But here, the majority report, and it's a bit of a long one here by the majority report, going into, again, the segments basically before the crash out, unironically, that RFK Jr. had, but because of the fact that Dana Bash was saying, like, yeah, I don't know, man, like, all of the fucking studies were basically pointing to the fact that you're wrong, you're just lying, and you're just like a conspiratorial sort of crank. And then, you know, RFK Jr. subsequently fucking crashing out. But here, what do you got here from our boys here at the Majority Report?
Global pandemics that we have come from gain-of-function research. The RSV epidemic that we have that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today.
I don't know what's Can someone tell me what RSV is? I don't know what that means. What's RSV? I've never heard of that in my life.
Came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research.
Pause it for a second.
RSV.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Lyme disease coming from these experiments, that's just a conspiracy theory, I'm pretty sure, done by a lot of these Maha freaks. There is no evidence to suggest that Lyme disease came from gain-of-function research. That's just nonsense. Respiratory syncytial virus? Okay, well, I'm just going to operate under the assumption that RFK Jr. is lying.
The gain of function also created a time machine.
Yeah, time travel. Time
travel,
function.
and it went back. Got it. So, just go ahead. Next question. RFK Jr. is doing the rounds. You know his job must be in jeopardy, or he wouldn't be putting in this type of effort right now.
And I think it's in conjunction with the Fauci hearings, where they're trying to
like
look like they have somebody to blame for the COVID response. And so they're blaming Fauci, and RFK has to go out on TV to, at the very least, acknowledge that he leads this agency currently in the midst of this measles and I forget the cyclospora. If you're
cyclospora
outbreak.
Yeah, there's a bunch of infectious diseases that are basically like, well, not only just like measles, but what? There's cyclospora. There's the screwworm stuff. What else is there? I know there's like a couple of other things that the United States is currently having to deal with because of, well, the fact that RFK Jr. is very, very negligent.
Salmonella,
Salmonella,
the screwworm. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And you can draw a direct line from these outbreaks to cuts, particularly at the CDC, that involve oversight of this. But also we see it in the context of the FDA, et cetera, et cetera.
Which, guess who did all those cuts? Elon Musk and Doge.
And you had AOC on last week, and she was making a point that Maha seems to be the weakest part of the Republican coalition right now, because so much of what Kennedy and maybe by extension Trump promised has been completely reversed. You've got Monsanto now with some type of immunity. You've got all of this deregulation, which has brought about more problems for people. So Kennedy's out there. I think he's nervous that he's about to lose his job. And so he's out there kissing ass. The Fauci hearings are there to try and like reinvigorate the spirit of January 6th and
rewrite history.
And rewrite history without a doubt. But here is RFK Jr. also rewriting.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier as well. The Fauci hearings are just like complete nonsense. Like there was like apparently mentioning, like, because RFK Jr. is going to bring them up, I think, in this interview, talking about how Fauci was getting constant messages from the president of the United States asking for him if he can reopen the country, and Fauci's constantly saying like, no, Lamau, there's still a infectious disease that's ravaging the United States of America, and we're still like studying and trying to figure out like what the fuck is going on, because nobody knows what's going on because it's like completely new. And given the fact that, again, novel coronavirus, which means it's new, RFK Jr. has a problem understanding what the term new means, but whatever. Given the fact that it was novel, and I mean, did Fauci make some mistakes in some of the stuff that he said during some hearings? Yeah, sure, absolutely. We can't really just like say that's not the case. Problem. The biggest issue is that, like, given the fact this is a new disease at the fucking time that was ravaging the entirety of the planet, which everyone was studying to figure out how to effectively combat it, it makes a lot of sense that Fauci's going to make some mistakes in terms of talking about it in briefings and other hearings, saying like, yeah, I mean, like, this thing may potentially be a sort of like way to effectively or try to effectively fucking combat it, and it turns out to not be the case or whatever. And it's just like, well, I mean, we're still like learning about the whole entirety of the disease. Like, I mean, can you really blame the guy that, since he's the main fall dude, well, not really a fall dude, the Republicans tried to make him a fall dude, communicating all this stuff about the novel coronavirus that's still being like basically talked about and whatnot in 2019, while everyone's still like figuring out essentially like what the fuck we're supposed to be doing in order to combat this stuff. Like, should we really be surprised at all that there's sometimes going to be some mistakes made? No, not really. Like, I think that's like pretty reasonable that there's going to be mistakes made for a novel virus that nobody knew how to effectively fight during that time. Like, it is what it is. You remember when, yeah, Trump did literally say to inject, like, bleach and household disinfectants to fight corona. That is also a point that a thing that he did say, Zane. That is very, very true. Because, you know, Trump really, really cares about, like, you know, fighting off infectious diseases with his own sort of vaccine fucking skepticism. And I mean, RFK Jr. is just like there because, and I've said this before, when he picked RFK Jr. for HHS secretary, it was a pure like political appointment. Like, Trump could give less of a flying fuck about like Maha or any of those like associated fucking weirdos. For him, it was purely fucking politics, and he wanted them a part of his like very, very strange amalgam of a coalition. But yeah, I mean, like, RFK Jr. during this like whole hearing just like does nothing but lie and like cope and seethe about like how ineffective he is as a HHS secretary.
Science and the literature.
And misinformation about vaccines.
You just said what I said was inaccurate. What I said was accurate. We had the highest death rate from COVID of any one.
There are other countries that had higher, but
you can
go ahead.
argue about why we had that, but
I think per capita, like the U.S. did not have as many deaths as people. I think that's like a raw number. The U.S. had the most deaths, I think, from COVID, and it's, well, okay, we all know why that's the case. It's because of all the fucking vaccine skepticism that's allowed to be propagated within the United States of America for whatever fucking reason. It's the same thing with like climate conspiracism. You know, as much as like the First Amendment is a bit of a boon for the United States of America, it's also a bit of a fucking detriment sometimes as well. Like, you know, actually sometimes having completely laissez-faire free speech is not necessarily a good thing. I think India had the most, 5+ million. Ah, okay, yes, that's true, Boom Meets Mini. Yes, that's true. Because of population density, that makes sense.
Nobody can tell you. I mean, we have, as you say, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. But Anthony Fauci was mismanaging the COVID pandemic and was doing it under the Biden administration. President Trump wanted to end the lockdowns.
That's a lie, by the way. Anthony Fauci was trying to basically help with the COVID pandemic during Trump's administration, because that's when COVID started at around the end of the Trump administration. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Why are we bringing up Biden and all of this?
And in fact, in Anthony Fauci's diaries, he talks about how President Trump is calling him every day, trying to get him to reopen the country.
Yeah, well, the lockdowns were done by governors.
Oh, there's a good point by Dana Bash. Yes, the lockdowns were done by governors. There was no federal sort of lockdown, because I don't think the federal government is able to enforce that constitutionally speaking, and that would definitely get challenged within court. But so RFK Jr. is lying here, of course, many such cases. The thing specifically with the whole nonsense with what RFK Jr. is basically trying to do here is the only reason why he's doing all of this now is, again, as the majority report themselves said, purely just to kiss Trump's ass. Because he knows that his dumbass is probably on the fucking chopping block because of how ineffective he is. It's pretty fucking terrible. Yeah, there are several countries per capita that had more COVID deaths, so RFK is full of shit. Yeah, I mean, he has to lie in order to justify his positions. He just has to.
I mean, certainly Anthony Fauci and the president had opinions, but the lockdowns were done by governors. And
I'm sorry. I just want to say, that is not evidence of anything except Trump's own derangement. That he was calling Fauci every day, according to Fauci's own diary, saying reopen the country, because, as Bash mentions, it was the governors that were making these decisions.
100%. And to understand now, it is true that people are listening to the CDC in the same way they listen to the CDC when they go to the website and see that there is supposedly a link between autism and vaccines, right? You can't have it both ways.
Right. But listen to
Oh, yeah, that was the thing. Listen. As we all know, if at any point in time a conservative can do ooh small bean shit, they will do ooh small bean shit. This is a very, very common thing from these fucking freaks.
My CDC.
True fucks of fate.
Let's be clear. The circumstances of COVID were such that we did not know. It was a novel coronavirus. Novel as in new, not like a book you read about. And so,
Well, Sam, have you ever considered that I read a book from some schizophrenic mystic over in the deepest parts of the Amazon rainforest talking about coronavirus? That's how I know so much about healthcare, because of the fact that I listened to some random shaman in the middle of buttfuck nowhere.
Caution was the best response, A. B, let's remember what Donald Trump wanted to do. He wanted no testing. He wanted nobody to get off the boat. If you have no testing, you have no COVID. That's it.
Yeah, because the reason why he wanted no testing and basically no testing whatsoever, and for no one to get off the fucking boat as well, is because he wanted to hide the fact that he was doing really terribly in terms of his COVID response, because that's what it is in reality. Donald Trump wanted to do everything possible to hide the fact that he was basically putting out a bunch of conspiratorial crank shit, as said by probably a bunch of his weirdo advisors or whatever, in order to be able to hide from the fact that, yeah, his response was incredibly, incredibly ineffective. This is who we're fucking dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, and those in between. We're dealing with Republicans here. These people are fucking, schizos. Yeah, I mean, RFK Jr., I mean, yeah, he could be, you could see him as basically, no different than Joe Rogan, but, I mean, he's been on the whole, anti-vax conspiratorial beat, way longer than Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's just doing this for, audience retention and capture. I don't think, Rogan actually really cares at all whatsoever. RFK Jr. has been on this sort of, path for years. Years.
And ultimately, to the extent that there was something that has, I think, long-term impact that could have been minimized, arguably is the schools. But let's be clear. Children were if not the largest vector, my understanding is the largest vector of COVID.
I've said this as well.
And we made a choice as a society. We could either spend $10 billion, maybe it would have been. Maybe it would have been 1. Maybe it would have been 20. It certainly would have been a fraction of what we spent in Iran so far, attacking Iran for no reason.
True.
To put filtration systems in to schools to provide protection for teachers who would go into a room with 30 vectors of COVID without any concept.
Wait, hold on, Sam. Are you asking me to have protection for what's a teacher? I don't know what a teacher is. I've heard of these guys before. And they apparently are like supposed to teach people or something. I don't know what's a teacher, guys? I have no idea what that is. Like I've never heard of that. A teacher? What's a teacher? I don't know what that is. It's a little weird.
Concept of what's going on outside of the school in terms of what these kids are exposed to. We could have made that decision, but we decided as a society we weren't going to. And instead what we decided is we're going to push people into there. 1.7 million people died. And it would have been less with less vaccine hesitancy. But you can look at when the vaccines start coming in, the rate of deaths
went down
more than halves. And the idea that Anthony Fauci was the all-encompassing grand wizard. But this gets worse with Kennedy.
Sorry, can I say, and then it was shutdowns that caused the higher mortality? I'm sorry. You can compare it to other countries. They actually exist. And Japan didn't do better.
Yeah, that and like, the thing, I mean, Matt's going to be correct here, right? Like, it depends, obviously, on the sort of, like, culture of the society as well. The reason why a lot of Asian countries, for example, did way better in terms of COVID-19 is because there's already, like, a sort of culture talking about, like, cleanliness and not having to deal with infectious diseases. That's a very, very common thing amongst, like, a lot of the Asian countries. Like, you'll always see people, like, walking around with masks and whatnot. But RFK Jr. Doesn't like that very much because, again, conspiratorial crank, and he wants people to, I don't know, seemingly die from easily preventable diseases for some reason. Why? I don't know, because he's a freak. Yeah, the only Grand Wizard is Trump. That's true. I'm the only Grand Wizard. Let me tell you, folks. For whatever reason, a lot of these, like, weirdo cranks and freaks basically wanted to do everything possible in order to have more people die for the sake of the economy. I mean, Ben Shapiro also made, like, a segment on his show talk about, like, you need your grandparents to go out and die for the economy. You must have died for the economy. It's very, very important that you do that. Yeah. And for whatever reason, right, no one seemed to really have, like, much of a problem with this whatsoever, about, like, the sort of, like, callous cruelty exhibited by the Republicans, mostly because it's just, like, kind of expected at this point, but also the fact that no one is trying to, like, shut a lot of the fucking conspiracism down, due to the fact that we're dealing with a bunch of, like, well, cranks. We're dealing with a set of incredibly, like, annoying, shall we say, like, mentally ill fucking people. A lot of these, like, vaccine skepticists sort of types. It's very annoying because it's incredibly fucking dangerous. Yeah, that's true, Zane. We must never forget that line go up is significantly more important than the preservation of people's lives. How dare I forget about the mighty graph of the stock market? That's like 10 times more important. And like RFK Jr., whether he likes it or not with his like weird crank conspiracism bullshit, is totally okay with playing into that because, again, it's an emergent fucking industry. Like all this like essential vitamin industry bullshit with this like health freak shit that's not actually like healthy whatsoever. That's an emergent part of the economy now. For what reason exactly? Because everyone's fucking terrified of having to pay a visit to the fucking doctors because of how fucking expensive it is. Which is why I keep saying that it's important to have like a good, robust healthcare system. So then, guess what? The sort of like Maha freakism and whatnot is not going to be able to more easily take hold within the United States of America because of the fact that, public healthcare within America is fucking as dog shit as it is. Well, not to mention, again, like I've been talking mostly about COVID here, right? The fact that basically all these like conspiratorial cranks will just have to, because they have to just constantly lie in order to justify their position, should really tell you something. But unfortunately for a lot of people within the U.S., they seem not to really give a shit about it. It's pretty bad, to be honest.
Better on us and COVID mortality because they kept everything open. It's because they wore masks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We should say that there's at least a half a dozen countries, I think, at least 4 or 5 countries that have a higher death rate.
Yes.
Also, by the way, like, One of the other countries that went with herd immunity was like, I think it was Finland or Sweden. And I think the reason why they did that is because the population is not as dense in a lot of the city centers as, say, that with the United States of America and whatnot. I'm trying to remember which country it was that did that, and it was like somewhat effective. And I don't remember exactly the reasonings for as to what it was. I think it was either Sweden or Finland. It was one of those two, right? And they did that for their own sort of like, well, specific reasons. And everyone was like trying to say that the US should do the exact same thing, but it's just like, yeah, in terms of like population density in comparison to like Sweden or Finland to the United States, it's just like, it's nowhere near the same in terms of like population fucking density. So that's in reality actually a like astronomically bad idea, like really, really bad idea.
Than the United States did, but go ahead.
And largely because they were hearing from hospitals saying that their ICUs were overrun and they needed some help while that was happening.
Well, that's not true. And that's just not true. What you're saying is not true. No, they were doing it because Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down.
That's just a lie, by the way. The point of a lot of the ICUs, the point of them not getting fucking overwhelmed is for the fact that they will not have enough spaces for people that are suffering from fucking COVID. And it's to basically try to prevent people from dying. Like, that's kind of the point, RFK. Like, I'm saying, like, I think this dude's just okay with, like, death or something. Like, it's really, really fucking weird. Like, the point of, like, all the ICU stuff and trying to, I think it's called bend the curve. I think that's what it's called. I could be misremembering the term. But the reason why you want to bend the curve is to, A, well, help the healthcare workers, and B, make it such that more emergency beds are available for those who desperately need help in an emergency situation. Like, that's the fucking point of it.
What? The whole issue with doing what we did in COVID, and people have basically memory hold this, was to bend the curve.
Okay, I was correct.
To make sure that ICUs were not overwhelmed, so that essentially depreciating the amount of COVID that we had. So that instead of like 10,000 people going into the ICU in the course of 1 week, 1,000 go in over the course of 10 weeks. That's not exactly the numbers or how it works exactly, but that was the point. And we did have ICU. There was a reason why Andrew Cuomo put people into nursing homes.
Yes.
There were two reasons.
Yeah, so he can make himself look better as governor, right? And saying like, I have a lot less COVID deaths within New York, but then the whole scandal blew up in his face, and he was forced to resign as governor because he killed a bunch of fucking grandmas who were living in nursing homes for political purposes. Because like every fucking like stupid liberal was like a Cuomo sexual and saying that, oh my god, I love Andrew Cuomo. He's sticking it to Trump like so well, and he's doing so well against COVID. And then like everyone sees all the fucking like nursing home deaths that he had. It's just like, ooh, that's a big yikes there, dog. Nice try at further political ambitions, you fucking lunatic.
Reasons. One is because
yes, slowing the spread of an outbreak keeps patient numbers below the maximum capacity of hospital intensive care units. That's the point. But RFK Jr. doesn't care about that for some reason. No, he doesn't care about that for some reason.
The hospitals were getting overwhelmed because he had cut a lot of the public hospitals, and two is because he had a big donor who wanted the payments as to where they go. But the point is there was a need to put people somewhere because there was a problem.
There were tents that were set up in Central Park.
There were refrigerator moratoriums in New York City.
Like, there was just not enough capacity. And by the way, okay, you know what? We're gonna... Here in the Daharumba broadcast, I don't very often simp for China, but we will simp for China this one time, okay? One time simping for China. There were all those videos of, like, the Chinese basically instantaneously, like, throwing up these makeshift sort of, like, intensive care units because they just needed more capacity for ICUs. Constantly. You would never see that in the United States of America, mostly because of the fact that, well, I'm going to be rather blunt, the people within power fucking hate you. Yeah, mostly because the people within power just fucking hate your guts. And in reality, if they can do anything possible in order to not fix the problems that are affecting average everyday Americans, oh, they will. So long as it makes them a buck. Because that's all these, like, weirdo charlatans and freaks, especially like RFK Jr. really cares about in particular, is, well, mostly just making a quick buck. Yeah, you gotta pay extra for the outside rooms. Yeah, so true, Zane.
And other places, for that matter.
He goes on to flatly deny that, by the way, in this interview. It's disgusting.
Shocked.
Oh boy.
Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down. There were ICUs that were empty all over the country, including in New York at the height.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's just a lie.
Go back to what I asked you at the beginning, which is.
Also, Trump was president then, and he said he was doing this under Biden. But
well, he's trying to say Fauci duped him, basically.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad leader.
Yeah.
Is there more of this, or?
Oh, it gets into like what the real issue is.
Oh, the real issue, eh?
President Trump, and he was the guy in charge. And you tweeted back in 2024 that he let bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci shut down the entire country.
Donald Trump can never fail.
Again, the president was in
He
charge.
can only
The
be
president
failed.
was trying to reopen the country when he left. The country was kept closed for another year, almost a year and a half after that.
Also, by the way, I don't know how many times this has to be told to these, like, fucking morons. Like, there is no way for a federal shutdown of the country to ever happen. Like, maybe if there's, like, a national state of emergency that gets, like, declared or something. I'm not sure what, like, the sort of minutia of that would, how it would work. We don't have any, like, constitutional experts here or whatever. But I can only assume that that shit would get challenged in court and it would not be allowed to go through if the president were to try to do a national fucking shutdown of the country for an infectious disease. For whatever fucking reason. I mean, the Democrats would be like, yeah, we probably should do that, no problem. But Trump's not going to do that because he doesn't actually, well, care at all about the American people. There's that.
Let's talk about how to prevent the next pandemic, because there's a lot of litigating and relitigating that I don't think is really helpful to do with regard to COVID. And the question is about so-called gain of function, which for people who aren't entirely clear about it, it is a highly risky research process that includes manipulating a virus to study how it behaves as it evolves. Now, what scientists say is that although it's controversial, it's necessary to prepare for the next pandemic, to get ahead of it, to figure out what these viruses can do.
True.
You want to end this gain of function research. Some scientists say, isn't it better just to put better guardrails around it?
People have been trying to put guardrails.
Sorry, we don't like regulation as Republicans. Regulation is stupid and stinky when there's money to be made.
Around it for generations, and it hasn't worked. And clearly, COVID-19 pandemic and many other global pandemics that we have come from gain of function research, the RSV.
Wait, hold on. The RFK, you are aware that Operation Warp Speed was done under Trump, and you want to know how they got the fucking COVID vaccine? Oh, through gain of function research. And it was highly successful, and it saved millions upon millions of lives, little bro. But then again, we're talking about RFK Jr. here, and this fucking dipshit is just like, well, as a herald of Nurgle, I need to make sure that as many people as possible receive the grandfather's gifts. I must be the greatest herald possible in comparison to Rodigus or Epidemius. I'm so much better of a herald of Nurgle in comparison to them.
Epidemic that we have that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research.
Positive.
Again, yeah, it's just a lie. There's no evidence that Lyme disease came from gain of function research.
For a second.
RSV.
I don't know about RSV, but this the Lyme thing is a conspiracy theory. At the very least, that Borealis has been around for thousands of years. The idea that there's been many pandemics as a function of gain of function research is he has to backfill that, because you can't both say that they've been trying.
Well, considering the fact that gain of function research is a highly advanced form of research that has only been allowed to be, I don't know, not allowed, that has only come into existence like relatively recently because we have the medical technology in order to be able to do that kind of research. To say that it's the main cause of a bunch of differing recent sort of turns of infectious diseases within the United States of America is just, I mean, it is what it is. It's just complete fucking nonsense. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, Yeah, man. Gain of function research is the reason why there's been like a massive emergence of all these like differing infectious diseases, and it's not because of like stupid anti-vax fucking conspiracism by cranks like you, RFK.
Try to put guardrails on it for generations, and then you're like, oh, but wait a second, it would have apparently worked. Unless there's some, like, Lyme disease came from that.
Okay, so RSV, he's lying about that, too. The suggestion, RSV was initially identified in the 1950s, 2 decades before such experimentation known as gain-of-function research started.
Well, the
Oops. I guess RFK Jr. is just not very good at numbers, basic arithmetic. Yeah, I know. It's pretty hard for a lot of conspiratorial cranks and Republicans to be able to do that.
Function also created time machine.
Yeah, time travel. Time travel. Function.
True.
So, just go ahead. Next question.
The scientists who you say are experts are making the argument that this is necessary for pandemic response. Cannot point to one instance in history where research that came out of this kind of experimentation has actually provided us something beneficial.
So how do you prepare then? How do you...
Bro, literally, fucking the COVID vaccine came out of this stuff. That was done by... Okay, whatever.
Prepare for the next pandemic. I mean, that's literally part of your job now because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong the last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground. There are 15 million frontline physicians around the world. They're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives.
This is such
fucking stupidity. It's like, yeah, man, we're gonna listen to Jay Matarchodia and all these like other like crank dipshits around Trump and all these like schizophrenic fucking freaks who just say like random tomfoolery on social media that may not be fucking provable whatsoever, and every scientist is gonna be like, no, this is wrong and stupid, don't listen to this fucking crank. We should just listen to them instead of like the actual experts who have done all the research into infectious diseases. Yeah, sure, RFK, very, very cool, little bro.
Bullshit. Imagine those first 3 or 4 months. Imagine just for a moment that you had the same R value, that is the contagious value of COVID, or a higher one. And instead of like it being a respiratory illness, it's one of those things that like your eyes start bleeding and you die within a day.
Jesus.
Let's wait for feedback from the hospitals.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people working in hospitals got COVID? What if it was...
Dude, how many people would have to die for, like, RFK Jr.'s fucking standard to be met? That's, like, honestly, I think that's the more important question. Like, yeah, let's say, you know, as Sam said himself, like, you know, there's an infectious disease that's, like, going around, and if you get it, you know, you will die in, like, a couple hours, unless you have, like, immediate treatment, but you'll die constantly bleeding out of the eyes or some shit, and, like, eventually your head explodes or something. Like, whatever, who cares? Do we need to, like, how long will it take for someone like an RFK Jr. in order to be able to take action against such a disease like that? Like a highly contagious disease that we know can, like, easily kill people without much of a problem. Like, how long will, like, what is the standard that RFK Jr. is mostly what I'm asking here would have if such a disease came into existence all of a sudden and just, like, I don't know, was just going to be slated to murder, like, potentially millions upon millions of people?
It's a disease that instead of killing 1 out of X was 1 out of 1,000 minus X.
Yeah. And what he's claiming here is just, I mean, his CDC had canceled all of this funding for research into mRNA vaccines. And with this, like, anti-science push, which is kind of underlying all of what he has to say here, the truth is that these mRNA vaccines are actually showing promise right now, despite these cuts in cancer research.
Oh, they've been doing cancer research with mRNAs at least for
decades,
but it's accelerating.
2 decades, yes.
But the reason that it's getting more, it's accelerating right now, even in spite of these cuts, is because these pharmaceutical companies got an influx of investment into mRNA research from the government, and so it wasn't profitable for them.
Whoa, wait, you're telling... The fuck, she said the term profitable. Wait, Emma, you're telling me that it wasn't profitable for a lot of these, like, dumb fucking companies to do this research before, and then Operation Warp Speed, through the dumb, annoying-ass, like, private-public partnerships that exist, made it such that it is now way more fucking profitable to be able to do this kind of research now? No. Whoa, holy shit, guys. What a fucking shock.
for them to look into this before or accelerate this kind of research. And now it is because of what was supplemented by the federal government, and that is the problem here.
Well, that's the thing. There's like all this conflation because also mRNA and gain of function aren't even the same.
No, they're not even relevant. They're completely different. The gain of function is basically to watch what happens with a virus as it replicates. What evolutionary path does it take?
Yes.
So that you can project into the future. We're going to need a vaccine that protects us at this stage and at that stage, and that's basically what it is.
Yeah, and at this point, like they could also like in this like gain of function research, just like try to stimulate some form of evolution in the disease to be like, okay, well, what if this potential like I don't know environment is introduced to the disease and see how it potentially evolves in order to do that. Like it's a preventative measure. It's to basically see like, okay, we have, let's say, COVID, right? And we introduce it into, say, a different kind of environment where it can infect, like, these hosts or whatever. Well, what happens? Because that's what a lot of science is. It's just like, okay, we have a thing. Let's try this thing to see what it does. Very, very simple stuff. And it's a lot of trial and error. Things aren't going to work. And that's really about it. You write about it and say, like, okay, well, that didn't work because of X, Y, and Z reasons. But with RFK Jr. and a lot of, like, conspiratorial, like, idiotic motherfuckers, for whatever reason, they like to, they have it, like, in their heads, mostly because they've been, well, undereducated, or they are undereducated on how science works, to basically think that, well, if it didn't work 100% of the time, therefore you have to essentially like completely and utterly throw it out. It's like, well, there's just no standard for that. Like, that means you basically have to throw out all scientific study out of the window, because there is, just simply put, absolutely nothing that's always going to be working 100% of the time. Something's always going to fail, and some random variable that's never been anticipated or thought about before is just going to randomly pop out of nowhere. That's science. That's how this fucking shit works. But unfortunately for all the conspiratorial fucking cranks that exist within the United States of America, sorry, we have such like little trust in ourselves and also the government, because we've just fed like a bunch of like conspiratorial like schizo nonsense from a bunch of freaks who are looking to, I don't know, grift to a particular fucking audience. We've been told to not believe any of this stuff inherently because all of our fucking buddies and friends told us not to believe it, so we're just gonna choose not to believe it. It's just like, I don't know, I always find it to be like really lazy and stupid and just pathetic from like all these people who just act like, well, seemingly act like unironic fucking cattle.
One of the things that you could do next time is not get rid of the pandemic response, like not demote it from being a cabinet secretary position,
right?
Not pull the people who are in charge of observing what's going on in Wuhan and China. I mean,
and like this sort of discussion, like,
so I did some disease research centers have killed several thousand people due to accidental escapes, but these exact same research. This exact same research centers have saved an estimated 154 million lives over 50 years. Like, again, because here's the thing, right? Accidents happen. Things get out of containment, right? Same thing happened with COVID, okay? An accident happened, and something got out of containment, and it caused a fucking pandemic. It is what it is, right? It becomes merely a matter of just like, okay, this has happened, an accident has happened. What are we going to do in order to try to contain the situation? But unfortunately, with America, and given how much of a conspiratorial, like, undereducated fucking country it is, everyone decided to give in to panic and fucking conspiracism instead, because of a lot of the media sensationalizing it, because guess what? It's really easy to make stories about it, to sensationalize and just fearmonger to a bunch of people because of all the undereducated fucking dipshits that exist in your fucking country. Sorry, not actually fucking sorry. The snooty Canadian is fucking talking, whether you fucking like it or not. It becomes like such a ridiculous shit show in terms of like a lot of the behaviors here by these freaks who don't actually care that much at all in terms of effectively combating infectious disease for the betterment of the world, given how like ridiculously individualized the United States is as a society. But whatever, that's really about it. You basically make it such that you restrict anyone's sort of like individual liberties for the greater good, and then a bunch of people just have like a fucking temper tantrum and a hissy fit, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. And it becomes like, I don't know, an everyone else problem because of that. Like, I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again, but I really do think that the average American sort of voter and individual is probably one of the most, like, snooty, entitled motherfuckers on the goddamn planet. But whatever. If it means for like the betterment of mankind and the good of everyone, and if the Americans can like somehow like, I don't know, throw away their toys and just like, I don't know, take a piss about it, they will. They don't really give a shit. Well, here's the thing: there's no outrage when freedoms of homeless people are stamped out. It's selective and caste based. Well, that's also true there as well. Boy Meets Mini. Bowl of M&M's analogy is my favorite for this. Would you rather eat a bowl of 50 poisoned M&M's or 5 poisoned M&M's? I mean, here's the thing that I always say about this, right? In particular, right? I would prefer, listen, okay, laws inherently are anti-fucking freedom. It is what it is. However, we as a society have come to the sort of conclusion and understanding of saying, well, I don't think that allowing people to just like go around and like murder whoever the fuck they want is particularly a good thing. I think that we should have measures to prevent people from doing that, right? Otherwise, you'll just have people just like going around like a fucking lunatic, just like murdering people. If we don't come up with like an effective mechanism to be able to combat that, well, I don't think there's like there's much good that can necessarily sort of come from the fact that if you just want to be like a complete like absolute fucking freak and just like want to run around and murder people, I mean, you could just do that if you want. And generally speaking, like, you know, having laws and measures to essentially prevent that is, I would say, like a fine thing. Like, I am willing to restrict some of my own freedoms if that means there is a general overall greater good that is allowed to be achieved. That's the same thing with COVID. I would say the vast majority of people that exist, whether it be in the United States or across the world, would prefer not to die to an infectious disease. I don't know, call me like a libtard or whatever. But I think most people, if given the chance, if given the opportunity, if they had the ability to not die to a preventable infectious disease, they would make that sort of choice every single time.
I just feel like Dana, like the thing where she moves on, like, okay, we don't do gain of function. How about you have actual scientists there?
Yes.
Like,
yeah, not a freak.
You let him win that sort of argument, sort of, or at least you granted it to him in a way that, like, he's a complete charlatan.
He also lies about stuff. Yeah. But go ahead.
Therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening to them. Instead,
pause it for a second. Like, we weren't listening to, like, what countries were listening to them? Like, what countries had a therapeutic response that diminished their COVID numbers?
I have no
Don't tell me
idea
Africa.
either.
Their societies are very different than ours in terms of like being in close proximity to people indoors.
And by the way, I mean, like, listen, in terms of like population densities and whatnot, like, it's all fucking different. It just varies country to country. But again, fucking Americans have to be like such self-centered fucking dumbasses when it comes to, well, America specifically. It's just like, well, Americans, I have bad news for you. There's other countries outside of America that do things differently from you guys. Oh, what a shocker.
We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation.
What does that mean?
Bro says protecting constitutional rights, and he's currently working with the current Trump administration that actively shits on everyone's constitutional rights every fucking day. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to.
Like I said before, the only people that were getting censored during COVID were at the request of the Biden administration because people were spreading misinformation that was leading to people getting killed. But okay, bro. Like, sure, man. I guess RFK Jr. just likes... You know what? We'll just say it. I think RFK Jr. just wants more children to die. Can we just like operate under that assumption that RFK Jr. the RFK children. RFK Jr. is willing to just do anything possible to just let children die in the United States of America. Like, what else am I really supposed to think here besides... I think this...
Fake news.
Yeah, fake news. RFK would never want anyone to die. Let me tell you, folks. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, what else I'm supposed to really assume here besides... I think this guy just wants kids to die. Like... We all know the meme of, like, Michael Jordan saying, you know what, fuck them kids. I think RFK Jr. might have been a bit unironic about that.
Okay, pause it for a second.
But I want to talk
what
about...
we've seen the Twitter files. We saw all the censoring of people who, by these private corporations, who were asked by the government to moderate some of this stuff. The idea that they were like, that the government was coming in and doing this is just wrong. He's going to complain. People were marginalized. Really? Were people marginalized?
Yeah,
no, were people marginalized? Were people mocked and made fun of?
Yeah, personally, I really do think that a lot of these people, for example, who are, like I said before, okay with infectious disease and plague seemingly ravaging them and the rest of the population for some reason, and most people, the vast majority of people, are not okay with that and would prefer to not have that happen to them. I think that a lot of those people who are spreading such misinformation and conspiracism, it's totally fine to ban the fuck out of them. Absolutely. In fact, I would encourage banning the shit out of them. Absolutely. Private companies have their own TOS to enforce. If they want to enforce that TOS, they are allowed to do that. You can have quibbles about it and argue about it, but if we're talking about specifically like COVID and all the people who are spreading such a ridiculous amount of misinformation for the express purpose of, I don't know, people dying, you know, people suffering from an infectious disease that very often led to people's deaths. Personally, I think it's okay to restrict their freedom of speech in order to prevent the deaths of people. I don't know, call me a radical or whatever.
Yeah.
Don't you remember the 35th Amendment to the Constitution? Thou shalt not mock people.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration is trying to deport Mahmoud Khalil for his speech to a country he's not.
The idea that this guy can talk about COVID and the infringement of constitutional rights with what's going on in this country right now.
Oh, hey, I said the same point.
Is effing insane.
True.
It's insane.
That's what I said.
You're going to take your time to talk about a...
I don't know. All I have to say to Sam Cedar is sometimes great minds think alike. Listen, hashtag bring the first PNG tuber on to the majority report. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Okay, that's probably not going to happen. But listen, a man can dream.
You know, and also, let's be clear, the Trump administration, or I should say, the Biden people did it as a campaign. The Trump administration did it as an administration at that time.
This is true.
Reaching out to social media, do this. They do that all the time.
Yes.
Except for the difference that we see now is that the government is actually using the prosecutorial...
Also, didn't the fucking Trump administration also contact Twitter in order to have, like, certain stories killed within it or something? Like, again, like, it doesn't matter. Like, all these people are hypocritical and none of this shit fucking matters. It's just hypocrisy all along the way.
They were going after people who supposedly said stuff about the reflecting pool. And you're on here talking about, public health.
By the way, real quick, we have an update on the Olympic swimmer trial that Donald Trump decided to try to prosecute. Yeah, that shit was dropped, like, pretty much instantly. The judge saw that shit and was just like, "Are you serious?" And then dropped it like instantaneously because, again, there's just like no basis to the Trump administration's claims. Like, this Olympic kayaker basically went to the reflecting pool, stuck his hand in the reflecting pool, because that's like literally all that he did, and then was arrested for it and attempted to be brought to jail. Like, oh man, dude, this is so fucking stupid.
We shouldn't have public health because the Constitution.
You heard a podcaster. The Biden administration asked Facebook, "Hey, can you not make this like massive disinformation go viral in your propaganda machine?"
Yeah.
Thanks. Or no? Okay, never mind.
Something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was
Forgive
rich.
me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized.
Yeah, people like Jay Matrochodia and all the other, like, associated cranks. What about all the vast majority of doctors that were saying, no, like, it's actually this? Because I guarantee you, what RFK Jr. is talking about here is a minority.
Vilified. And
because again, I really want to move on. But
yeah,
you were saying, yes, I do.
Part of the problem.
No, I wasn't.
Pause it for a second. I will say this. I don't like either one of the people involved in this, and so it's a little bit difficult. But the idea that, like, people can't be marginalized, it was the medical community.
It's a thing called scientific consensus. Yeah. Which,
you marginalized my ether theory of...
Wait, scientific consensus? In my RFK, in my, like, conspiratorial MAGA fucking, I don't know, brain-broken nonsense? Absolutely not.
Right. Like, that's how this stuff works. That's how best practices are determined via scientific consensus.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brett Weinstein. People made diarrhea jokes about ivermectin.
And look at how this is. I mean, it's like they have a playbook. When you're cornered, go on the attack and go and criticize Dana Bash, or if you're Pete Hegseth, go and criticize, whichever senator is questioning you, or whichever reporter.
Or they do like the fucking small bean ooh shit, man. Like. If there is one fucking thing that I think I disrespect the most, that I just hate the most, is when, like, all these, like, charlatans in power do this ooh-woo small bean shit. That shit really pisses me the fuck off. Because it's just like, shut the fuck up, dude. You have power. You have the ability to make changes on stuff and on differing fucking policies. Yet you want to fucking, like, come to me with this, like, namby-pamby, like, pussy-ass bullshit. Talk about how... I'm triggered and offended about the fact that you keep being such a little asshole to me in terms of, like, my stupid nonsense. Nah, fuck that. I don't give a shit. Go fuck yourself. A lot of the fucking positions and prescriptions that you hold bring outright harm to people. You can go fuck yourself.
Reporters questioning you. So that's a good tell when they don't have the argument.
It's like when somebody brings up, like, Epstein, he goes, I don't know, CNN said I was eating horse paste, so I don't believe any of this.
Yeah, there you go.
Kowalski from Nebraska. Humanity's response to COVID was arguably our finest hour as a species. We took a pandemic that should have plagued us for 7 to 10 years and turned it into an epidemic within 2 by bending the curve and developing a vaccine in record time, as well as social distancing. Tens of millions are alive today because of the actions we took, and hundreds of millions of people's lives were not disrupted as families would have been decimated. People like Bobby Kennedy are a threat to the species. The fact that Democrats were unable or unwilling to construct a positive narrative around COVID shows a lack of ability to govern. I agree with a lot. I agree with much of what you're saying, but I also think to be able to manage that type of mass trauma, I don't think we as a species have evolved to that point. You saw, like, the Spanish flu was almost erased from history. But all right, let's just listen to it a little bit.
Malpractice. We're allowing your
Mr.
job.
Secretary,
your job is a fear is skepticism toward authority, and
yes,
you weren't doing that. You were beating
my
up
job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay. Are you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have
so mad.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
That's
what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The cases in the U.S.
vaccine protected children.
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors about.
Scientists. Can you show me one study?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I think we've gone over this, like, initial part of the clip. Yeah, he's going to talk about, like, oh, show me a study, show me a study. It's like, okay, I mean, we can go get a study right now. Are you actually going to listen to that study? No. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about studies because he's a fucking crank.
It shows that children were protected by the COVID vaccine.
I can tell you that
there vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying nonsense. You are saying something
we don't
cannot.
back and forth. People can go and watch this.
As she tried to pivot to measles, he wants to go back on this. And,
of course.
Also, Operation Warp Speed, that was a Trump initiative. This is where they can't get out of this. Like, the vaccine was developed under the Trump administration.
National Institute of Health, this large retrospective study shows moderate protective effect of severe acute respiratory coronavirus 2 vaccination against long COVID. The effect is stronger in adolescents who have higher risk of long COVID and wanes over time. So yeah, it does help, you asshole.
Yeah, it was also part of why we had high amount of cases, but fewer deaths than poorer countries.
What you're saying is not true. The NIH, they write in invisible ink. I will tell you this, and this really encapsulates it to me. I had a conversation with Kennedy in, I can't remember if it was 2012, 2014, somewhere around there. about his earlier vaccine.
Thank you, Fox.
His attack on the efficacy of vaccines in the promotion of them being dangerous based upon a flawed, retracted study by what was that guy's name, Wakefield or something like that in the Lancet.
Yep, Andrew
In
Wakefield.
the early aughts, there was a theory that thimerosal, mercury, as a preservative in vaccines, was causing autism. And they took the thimerosal out.
Yeah, I do believe that this is a story that, again, that Sam has said before. Yeah, RFK Jr. was talking about a chemical that was already taken out like years ago, but he still thought the chemical was in there anyways. And he was just like basically saying like, no, the chemical's in there anyway, which it should pretty much tell you everything that you need to know. He's just like for whatever reason, when it comes to like vaccines and all this fucking bullshit, for him, like I said before, he used to work as a lawyer and would take all of the like the medical sort of the people who made the claims that they got some form of adverse effects from a vaccine. He would always take those cases because he's an avowed anti-vaxxer. It was mostly anti-vaxxers that were trying to take those cases into court because, again, a lot of these people are conspiratorial fucking cranks. They're psychopaths. They're weirdos. And a lot of them, generally speaking, are not really able to justify how exactly the vaccines that these companies sort of like produced are like harming them. And very often, a lot of those would be basically like dropped by a fucking judge or whatever. But RFK Jr. didn't really care about that because he was the lawyer in there and he would make a fucking big killing from it. So he doesn't give a shit, right? He's a lawyer. He's going to get money from the fact that he's just getting a bunch of fucking cases. So he doesn't give a shit about it. So he's just going to make his money and then like fuck off and move on with his life. So he would always take a bunch of those sort of cases because he also believed in a lot of like dumb fuck like vaccine sort of skepticism that these people, generally speaking, believed in. Because he also used to be the head of a 501c3 that pushed a lot of like vaccine skepticism amongst for children. Yeah, we're dealing with one of these kinds of people as well. Like, just a very, very deranged individual.
In like 2003, I want to say it was. And I remember as late as 2004, people were like, we need to wait another year or two to see if autism rates dramatically change because all these vaccines there's no thimerosal in them anymore. And I had a doctor who was sort of like 1/3 holistic and 2/3.
By the way, same thing happened with the MMR vaccine scares back during the early aughts, caused by Wakefield.
Sort of like, Western medicine. So he was very sensitive to the issue of vaccines.
Of course.
And a couple years later, there was no increase in autism rates, or a decrease. And you would anticipate a dramatic decrease. It wasn't there. And so I brought this up to Kennedy. In 2012, 2014, I can't remember, we had one interview where we got into this because we used to work on a radio show together. And his claim was they never took the thimerosal out. Yeah. That it was a complete lie that there was no thimerosal in the... And I'm like, but Bobby, how is that? This isn't like... For me as a doctor, and I'm getting all these, Like,
unironically, we can get the fucking goddamn, like, studies about all of this, right? And we can fucking find all these papers and whatnot. But RFK Jr. is just willing to be like, well, I don't acknowledge reality. Should pretty much just tell you everything that you need to know. It's just like, oh, we're just dealing with someone who's just like a permacrank, and it doesn't really matter. These people should be actively disregarded and like hostily pushed back against. Because these motherfuckers, these people, are willing to just like tank public health response for... well, either some kind of grift that they're doing, or for the fact that they are, because it's mostly for a grift for a lot of these people, or for the fact that they just are trying to get some form of, like, I don't know, strange benefit for it. Because a lot of these, like, anti-vax, like Maha, health guru, yee looking head ass types, they were doing this for the sake of a fucking grift. It's very, very fucking demonic.
These flu vaccines in, and I'm a pediatrician, I'm going to give them kids. Like, the idea that not one of these tens of thousands of doctors around the country, whatever it was, said I'm going to send this to a lab because I suspect there's thimerosal in it. Can you search for mercury? Which, that is the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
Like, why didn't anybody grab a batch of these and go test them, if that's the case? He was determined to find some type of causal.
Working backwards from his conclusion, and he like wrote that to one of the top health positions in
Which, by the way, that's exactly because there's a reason why bringing up the Andrew Wakefield comparison is apt there. That's literally what Wakefield did. And it caused a whole fucking vaccine scare. And we all know why Wakefield was pushing the autism through the, I don't know, colon vaccine autism fucking scare. And he's now like a completely, wholeheartedly disregarded doctor and is seen as just a permacrank. He was doing that because he wanted to have a patent for the testing kits for this thing that he was trying to prove and walk back from a conclusion of. Yeah, he was doing this because he wanted to make a bunch of money. The same thing that I mentioned earlier with Bobby fucking Kennedy. Yeah, he's doing this because he wants to make a bunch of money.
The country, so.
Yes, it's Andrew Wakefield that created fake data. That was the guy's name, and it was printed in the Lancet, and then later they completely retracted all of it. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Yeah, I mean, like, we shouldn't be really surprised by this whatsoever. RFK Jr. is a complete crank.
Fake news.
Yeah, fake news. He's a crank, herald of nurgle, and just wants people to basically die from easily preventable diseases because he can get a bunch of lawsuit money and push, like, some health guru bullshit in order to... well, basically just make a bunch of like alternative health medicine, like guru shit, be a emergent industry, which he would have a fucking stake in, which I do believe he has a stake in as well. Doing this purely for monetary purposes. Yes, and he's also a fucking eugenicist, right? He wants like people with autism to basically die off, or if I recall correctly, something like that. We did a video about that long ago. Genuinely fucking abhorrent individual. But anywho, don't think there's like really much else to say besides, fuck you, RFK Jr. You will not be like Rodigus or Kugath Plaguefather or Epidemius, because in reality, no one's actually a particularly big fan of the heralds of infectious disease known as, well, the demons of Nurgle. No, there it is. Called for Abdul Al-Sayed. Up by about 27,000. NBC has also called it as well for Al-Sayed. It's a close one. It's close. He won by about 2%. But he won. He's won. Wicked. Time for all the blue MAGA types to cope and seethe about the fact that, oh man, why are all these McCuomo fucking voters? What the fuck, man? Come on, dude. Yep, he stood up to about, like, $70 million of APAC money. Mallory McMorrow has now endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed for the United States Senate. Oof, Stevens, I'm feeling good about this race. Yikes. Oh, all of the blue MAGA centrist types are all just losing their minds over the polling. They're just like, oh my god, how is he you know, how is he how did all the pollsters get this fucked up? Like, what's happening here? Whoa, crazy. Okay, bro. Like, it doesn't matter. Wait, Sea Dog voiced an a Nigerian soldier in Age of Empires 2? Really? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Huh. Really? That's funny. No, that's just funny. Also, 14. Apparently, this is the 14th candidate that Hassan has endorsed in a race who has just won their fucking primary. Fourteenth. Yeah, 6 outside groups spent $62 million on Haley Stevens, giving her a 9-to-1 spending advantage over Abdul. Half of that was 32, which came from AIPAC's Super PAC. AIPAC's Super PAC spent more than any single group has in a federal Democratic primary this cycle. And they still lost. Yes, tons of people mobilized for Abdul al-Sayed, right? But none of these, none of the fucking blue MAGA, schizophrenic types are going to care about that. Because for them, it's all about just, Hassan Piker! Hassan Piker, such a big, stinky, meanie, bobini guy. Such a stinky man. I can't believe that Hank Pecker would basically came into my house, shit in my pillowcase, and decided to throw my lunch at the wall. Why would Hank Pecker do this? It's like, okay, bro. Shut your dumb ass up. Shut your goofy ass up, dude. So true. Which means, so far, I think Hassan's record is 14-1 in terms of people he's endorsed. And Destiny, in terms of people he's endorsed, 0-1. Yikes. Yeah. But it's okay, guys. Destiny's really popular and is very, very well known. And everyone likes him. Hilarious. The Cope will never cease to amaze me. Did Destiny even do any of Haley's events? Nope. He did not. He did 0 campaigning. Zero campaigning, blah, 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 blah. Well, no, here's the thing. I would not be surprised if Destiny was persona non grata, even amongst the Democratic Party. He's a poison. That's what he is. He's not wanted or liked because he's just a fucking psychopath. No one wants to associate with him or any of his associated organizations because he's a fucking freak. But don't tell DGGers that, because they still think that, oh, Destiny has some kind of popularity and prominence within the Democratic Party. No, the fuck he doesn't. He's persona non grata. Why would anyone want to have it? Why would anyone want to fuck with little bro? He's a, he might be a pedophile. He possessed a bunch of revenge porn. He's talked about how he's had experiences with the 8-year-olds having their fucking dicks out. He's sexually assaulted women live on stream. Like, nobody wants anything to do with him. Why would anyone want to have anything to do with that? A strange, weird motherfucker like that. I think that's reasonable to stay away from him as much as possible, as long as he possibly can, because he's just persona non grata. Like, fuck that. Why deal with that? Absolutely the fuck not. Like, that to me is completely and utterly reasonable. Looks like Donovan McKinney is not going to be called for a while, so hopefully he does get called as well. That would make Hassan 15-1 in terms of the win-loss ratio. But it's close. 3 points within 3,000 votes of one another. He's not done anything weird with anybody on stream. Really the only thing that these people point to is, look at Pokimane looking at his nudes on stream or something. And some people talked about, like, seeing nudes that he's had from people on Snapchat on his stream. It's like, okay. I mean, like, I don't know why he's just letting people just freely look through his phone or whatever, but that's not, like, that's a consensual sort of photo or something. No, it's not GQ photos. Like, nudes that he got from some random fucking e-girls or whatever that he was talking to and, like, I don't know, rizzing up or something. Like, a bunch of people are trying to use that as, like, a slight against Hassan. It's just like, okay. Like, this is not having the effect that you guys think that it is. Like, this is pretty fucking pathetic. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's not the GQ photos. It's like random nudes that he got from like Snapchat or whatever that these guys are complaining about. And they're just like, why is Pokimane getting this stuff? That's kind of like bad and weird, isn't it? That these like fucking snarkers are basically like pulling out. It's just like, I mean, he got those photos consensually from people. I don't know why you guys are having a massive issue with this. It's very weird. But whatever, man. I mean, Destiny was, like, bragging about trying to get, like, I don't know, like, nude photos from, like, a 10-year-old or, like, a 15-year-old on Twitter. But Daho, that's just a joke. It's like, okay, I mean, if Hassan did the exact same thing, you people would treat it as seriously as possible. So, like, there's no standards or anything with any of these people. They're just charlatans and they're liars, right? Like, they're not interested in expressing some kind of, like, truthful position. They just want to get like any dig that they can. It's strange, it's ridiculous, and it's extremely fucking stupid. And it's not serious either. Like, it's very, very fucking stupid. But whatever, we're dealing with a collection of fucking weirdos. Still not good behavior, but we know that snarkers aren't in it for morals. Like I've said before, I don't have a problem with snarkers. I'm gonna be honest here. Just as Kilotonics himself has said, right? Overall, there's no problem at all with snarking. Functionally speaking, let's be honest here. Snarkers are just critics. If we want to take them at their absolute, like, universal sort of value, right? That's what they do. And if a snark community, for example, is not well moderated or well regulated, then they can eventually turn into a dangerous territory. But for a lot of these like snarker communities, broadly speaking, they do tend to be well fucking moderated and well fucking regulated, especially in the terms of Ethan Klein's sort of snark. If we're talking about Ethan Klein's sort of like snark Reddit. There are some instances of like a rogue mod being a rogue mod, but that always happens in every subreddit. That's not like just something special to Ethan Klein's like snark sub. That's fucking stupid. That always happens. Happens to any fucking sub where there's like some rogue mod who's like power tripping and decides to do like a bunch of fucking idiotic nonsense. Like, okay, you deal with that appropriately, you update the rules to try to prevent that from happening yet again, and you try to mitigate those actions as much as you can. Like, you can only do so much as a set of individuals. No system is going to be particularly perfect. But that wasn't good enough for someone like Ethan. Because he was not actually interested, right? He was just more upset about the fact that people were criticizing him, and he wanted to compel speech from people. That's like literally it, and that's the biggest problem that's being pointed out, and why as to why people don't like Ethan Klein whatsoever. He was using his vast wealth and the legal system in order to compel speech from people. That's the problem. The Destiny's Church in New Zealand calling for the mass death. They're anti-immigration, anti-Maori. Yeah, well, it doesn't really surprise me. What's up, sleepyhead? Yeah, she woke up. And it's about to go right back to sleep because this is your bedtime. Yeah, this is Cope, by the way, from Hutch, of course. We'll talk about the Cope, because we have to talk about the Cope. Mostly because I hate him. Like, just Cope. Like, he still won. Well, he's currently 14-1. Seems like a good record so far. Like, I don't know. Being 14-1 is a pretty good fucking record, dude. So, you know, whatever. Steve Kornacki also calling it based. Oh, Near Tandon has just come out of the fucking woodwork to do the poll cope. What I've learned tonight is a lot of pollsters and pundits in the Democratic Party ecosystem are very good at talking to white college-educated voters like themselves, and have real blind spots with working class people of all races. Problem with that, those are the main people that the Democratic consultancies are, which you are as well, Nira, you fucking idiot. Almost as if there's a fundamental problem with the consultancy class within the Democratic Party. So, like, just fucking cope, Nira. Like, it's pure fucking cope. And here's the thing, even with the general election, because all these motherfuckers are just going to say, like, oh, he won't win in the general. Every polling, all the polling that has been basically done into the general election has it such that it's very, very close between Haley Stevens and also Abdul Al-Sayed in the general election. It's going to be close. It's going to be a close fucking race, whether anyone likes it or not. Yep, it's just a massive fucking victory. Like, outspent 10-1, and he won. Didn't matter. And even Mallory McMorrow, immediately, as soon as Abdul Al-Sayed just endorsed him. So, yeah. I think she was probably ready to just, like, endorse literally anyone, so. Who would have won the race. Because vote blue no matter who. Some people actually care about it. All right. I think it's time for us to start with the roach tent. Although there's one thing I do want to check. We can attach tractor vehicle paths. Can I also then attach a truck vehicle path? Yes, I can. Fascinating. Okay. Very, very interesting. Need to be able to do that for the water distribution, because these paths are probably going to have both tractors and trucks on here. Trucks for the water, and tractors for other stuff. What is this? Friendly piece of advice. If you still happen to be a BJP supporter, just keep it simple, right? Don't like Muslims. That's an important issue I have right now. Okay. BJP calls Soros India's enemy. Okay. And then Hardeep Puri's daughter managed $200 million for him. That's funny. BGP politician's daughter manages money for Soros. Gotcha. Alright. Time for the more important things to talk about. This roach. Actually, we'll go full screen for this. Soy. So, Asmongold, the latest from the Bad Take Factory. And this take, shall we say, I think is to a level of egregious that I think may potentially warrant a ban. I'm going to be really honest here. But Asmongold thinks that undocumented children crossing the border illegally with their parents should be fair game to be shot. Genuinely fucking abhorrent thing to say from this incredibly recluse shut-in. Yeah, whoa, the banning our favorite roach streamer? No, I can't believe that Daho would advocate for that. Like, I mean, he's unironically advocating for children to get shot. I can only assume for extremely fucking idiotic reasons. A very spiritually Israeli defense here that Asmongold is sort of employing here, because it's like the exact same propaganda that they generally speaking use in terms of the sort of whole child shield, human shield narrative that Hamas uses within Gaza, which is, I mean, like, technically true, but also like nonsensical from Israel, because they also use Palestinians as human shields against Hamas as well. But whatever, Asmongold doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit because he's a fucking freak. Asmongold, what do you have to say in terms of this wild take?
Is shoot him, problem solved? That's what I would do. That's what I think they should. I think they should just fucking shoot him. Like, I've said this before. Like, I know that it might sound like, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. I have no sympathy for doing that, and I would do that in a second because it's the right thing to do in the long term. You can never look at it.
All right, well, we're just getting right off to it. Besides the fact that this would basically draw international condemnation from probably everyone across the planet, Asmongold, we're talking about kids here, man. Why do you think people emigrate from their countries to try to go to a more prosperous country to begin with? It's because they want to give a better future for their children. Do you think that if people have the option, for example, to just pack up their bags and leave to a Western country, a first world country or whatever, that they would always want to do that? No. They're making a sacrifice, I should know because I myself am an immigrant. They're making a sacrifice for their fucking children to have a more successful, prosperous lives for them. That's the point of all of this. But I don't know, for Asmongold, he thinks that this is all some, like, I don't know, kind of game that it's essentially being, I don't know, pulled for, I don't know, like the draining of the coffers of the United States of America or something, and he thinks that all these people are coming over the border for their own sort of like evil, nefarious purposes. I mean, it's the same like dumb idiot, like great replacement rhetoric that this fucking freak constantly sort of pushes.
In a very, very isolated incident, you could say, and there's always, this is emotional blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people, they have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't.
Like, then what's the point of these people migrating there, right? Like what? Because you think they're just being brought in to, I don't know, like replace white populations or something? Like what's the point then of migrating to a different country? Asmongold, I don't know how many times this has to be told or said to you, you stupid motherfucker. If you care about people not emigrating from their countries and coming into the United States of America, what should you be for? What should you be for then? Oh, making it such that the material conditions within those countries are good, so then a lot of these people don't feel like they have to leave their countries in order to be able to find a better life for themselves. But you supported all the actions within Venezuela by the President of the United States of America. So then, like, or like the actions that Israel is taking within Gaza. So like what's the point of this? Like, do you just want people to come in and then just get shot in the head or something? Like, that's the only conclusion I can sort of come to. Like, this is fucking nonsensical. And keep in mind, real quick here, he's looking at or I guess he just finished looking at a dumb fuck Nick Shirley sort of video talking about the migrant crisis within Ceuta, Spain. Again, we've done a video about this before. I'll probably stick in the description. What more than likely happened there in terms of the migrant crisis is that was probably caused by some socially engineered social media campaign from a misinterpretation of Spanish Supreme Court judgment that was recently passed about the expansion of asylum laws in order to make the process more humane. Because again, claiming asylum is something that you are allowed to do in, international law. But this fucking freakazoid doesn't give a fuck about any of that because he's a eternally, like, drained shut-in who, I don't know, like, is barely capable of cleaning his house and needed to pay some fucking OnlyFans hoe in order to, like, actually incentivize him to start cleaning his fucking goddamn house. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, the people are, like, he thinks that families are bringing their children on purpose as emotional fucking blackmail to make sure that they don't get shot. Like, genuinely fucking psychotic, dude.
Don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever. Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them. They're going to stop coming over. Because if you don't do that...
Also, hold on. I thought Trump said that there was no border crossings happening, but now there's a bunch of border crossings happening? Asmongold? Like, who's lying here? Is Trump lying? Are you lying? That's a little interesting. So he just unironically just advocated for violence being done against innocent women and children. Just that they should be shot for doing what exactly? Something that they are allowed to do, well, legally, come in through a legal port of entry to try to claim asylum. Like, because this is what this is about. Again, this is about asylum claimants coming into a country in order to claim asylum, which is something that they are allowed to do. Temporary protected status gets granted while their asylum claim is processed through court. That's how the system is supposed to work. But for all these, like, far-right little fucking freaks like Asmongold, he doesn't agree with that system because he's a psychopath.
They'll use children and women as shields to get themselves over. And then they'll put more women and children at risk because they know that they can use them as collateral so they can get more of themselves over. That's the way it works.
Like, who is they? Like, who is doing this? The men? Like, smuggler groups? Drug lords? Who? Again, these people, for the vast majority of the time, come through legal ports of entry, you fucking weirdo. And again, they didn't do that for Ceuta, Spain, because the situation there is a little bit fucking different. Yeah, they, and, if we want to do the whole sort of, like, anti-Semitism sort of memes. But I don't think he means that in particular, Fox of Fate. I don't think so. I think he's probably thinking of some other, like, nebulous they or something. But either way, again, this is psychotic bullshit. This is, like, terrorism 101.
That's the way an animal thinks, and these people are animals. They're savages. Absolute fucking savages. Hamas tactics, terrorists. Of course you don't want to do that.
Jesus. This says the terrorist who, again, is advocating for all these people to get shot for doing what exactly? Coming to a legal port of entry, which they can under international law, in order to claim asylum. Yet this guy fucking thinks that they're animals. I don't know, Zach. I'm kind of looking at a fucking animal right now in the top left-hand corner of this dumbass fucking clip. Like, unironically. Bro, you're the fucking animal for advocating for this bullshit.
Doesn't mean you want to do it, but you have to do what you need to do in order to enforce your borders, man. Like, that's the way it is. People are too emotional to see that. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, it's... You can't make decisions that way, and I understand the way that I talk about this might be a little bit extreme. It might be a little bit, unemotional.
Oh.
I wish we had more people like me.
I don't think anyone wants more people like you, man. I don't think so. Because here's the thing. His position is very unpopular. Donald Trump is underwater in terms of immigration right now because of a lot of the treatment that people have been getting under ICE. So, I don't think that people actually want more of you. I'm going to be quite honest here. I think this is just a bunch of copium here by a psychotic fucking freak.
I do. I wish we had more, because we got too many pussies that are too worried about the optics of something rather than the reality of it. The reality of it is that if you allow people to use kids as a shield to come over, they're going to use kids as a shield to come over. And that's going to cause a net increase of child exploitation, a net increase of child suffering. And it's...
Again, who is using children as shields here? From what I understand, most of the people who made the border crossings into Ceuta, Spain, they were mostly young men. That was like the vast majority of them was young men. probably trying to do the dangerous border crossing in order so they can make or like get a job, earn money from the better Spanish peso or euro in order to send back to their family in order to be able to help out with it. Because that's what happens the vast majority of the time for a lot of these people, right? Now we could talk about how that's like not necessarily a good thing and that can be inherently exploitative. Yeah, sure. But Asmongold's not interested in having that conversation whatsoever. He just wants a bunch of people to basically, well, get shot. Yeah, net increase of child suffering. And who's imposing that suffering? Yeah, like exactly, Boy Meets Mini. Like, who's doing that? The people who are like pulling the trigger and like shooting people? Or are exploiting all these children for like the pocketbooks of a bunch of like, I don't know, like capitalists or whatever? Like, who is doing this imposition of suffering? Who is doing this? You should ask yourself that question before saying this psychotic bullshit.
Better to just say nobody can come over and shoot anybody than try to create winning solutions for these people so they can take advantage of them by further exploiting those groups of people that you think you don't want to shoot.
Like, again, who's getting exploited here? Like, is the mother of, I don't know, like 3 children who's coming over to work multiple jobs in the United States of America doing that to exploit her own children or something? Like, who is doing the exploiting? Who is benefiting from this exploitation? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, is he talking about like smugglers or something? Most of those people do the smuggling through, again, legal points of entry. It's just nonsense. Like, what are we talking about here? It's very clear that he has no idea, like, how any of the illegal immigration works within the United States of America. And also, he's making these claims despite the fact that Trump himself said that, oh yeah, well, you know, illegal immigration in the United States has just gone down. Like, there's just like no migrants coming over the border anymore. It's just not happening anymore, folks.
That's just how it is. You say you shoot kids? Yeah. No, that's. I mean, obviously that's what I said, right? I mean, like that's clearly like, I mean,
psycho.
I mean, that's like, I don't know why. Like, why would you repeat it to me as if I didn't say it? That's literally exactly what I said. That's the reasoning for it. That's my logic. That's exactly what I would do.
Because that chatter may be doing the responsible thing and saying like, so you're talking about shooting kids, right? Because that's a bad thing. You're doubling down, Asmongold. You're doubling down on the shooting of children, Asmongold. Asmongold, that's a bad thing. That's not a good thing. Most people are going to start calling for your fucking ban and advocating for you to get, well, he's not going to get a permanent ban, but at the very least, he'd probably get a month-long ban for this one. Because, again, he's doubling down on advocating of the shooting of children. I'm going to reiterate this point over and over and over again. He wants children to be shot. He wants innocent women to be shot. He wants innocent people to be shot for doing what exactly? What people are allowed to do under international law. Do a border crossing and, claim asylum. People are allowed to do this under international law. I'm going to keep stressing this point over and over and over again.
And I wouldn't even have any question for it. Come on. Well, I'm going to pull one more up. Keep the kids, deport their families? What do you think the kids do? The kids grow up and they resent you for supporting their families to turn to terrorists. No. 80% of
How the fuck do you know that's going to happen 100% of the time? So maybe you shouldn't deport the fucking parents, you fucking moron. Like, there's other solutions to this problem, you stupid motherfucker. There are already, again, systems put into place in order to help administer this stuff, but you are okay with destroying those systems and defunding the systems necessary in order to, claim all of these asylum claimants and, basically, destroying all these families. For what purpose exactly? I don't know, because you're like a virgin loser shut-in who basically just wants a bunch of people to die for like what reason or something? Like, I don't know, like whatever, who cares? Yeah, the violence is a spectacle to reaffirm his racism. Yeah, that's true, Boy Meets Mini.
Scenario, just shooting into a crowd, and now there happen to be kids too? Of course, because that's the reality. Because if you have kids in the crowd, then kids are going to get killed in the crowd. Then you're going to use the emotional weight of the kids getting killed in the crowd as a justification to not shoot the crowds. But you think that shooting the crowds is the correct option, which means that you would be okay taking the risk of killing the kids, which
very spiritually Israeli.
Means that killing the kids is somehow acceptable, which means that doing that is not a big deal, and you'd be okay with it as well. You're ignoring how.
Like, again, I'm just going to say this again. This is how psychopaths think. Asmongold, You're going to be lucky if you just get a 30-day ban for this shit from Twitch. I'm going to be honest here. Because again, you are advocating for the murder of children. For what exactly? Like, what crime did they do? Right? Again, there's already a fucking goddamn, like, system and programs put in place in order to help administer all of this bullshit. Like, let's be honest here. Right? Let's be fucking honest here. And I do think he should absolutely get fucking banned for this. Like, 1,000 fucking percent. It's probably not going to be a permaban. It should be a fucking permaban. But whatever. Because here's the thing, and this is a point that Sleepy made when he took a look at this fucking video. The only reason why Asmongold is allowed to say a take like this is because he's been allowed to have a lot of takes like, oh, protesters should be shot with live ammunition at protests by ICE and whatnot for their clear terroristic actions. What terroristic actions are they taking? Oh, like protesting the actions of an ICE detention center in various places across the United States of America, because again, what they're doing is illegal under U.S. law. But whatever, this motherfucker doesn't care about any of that because we're dealing with a psychopath. So people are allowed to exercise their First Amendment rights to protest against that specifically. You wouldn't say the same stuff against, like, if, like, say, a Democratic president was, like, I don't know, trying to stop, like, some far-right protest and was advocating for them to shoot. I mean, you would clutch pearls over something like that specifically, but for this, like, it's totally okay. It doesn't matter in terms of the line of behavior that's being taken here. All of these people deserve to get shot for whatever reason. For the crime of doing what? Wanting to migrate to a country which they're allowed to do under international law and claim asylum and have that sort of claim be processed by the immigration courts, which the Republicans have defunded, of course, to have a political issue to run on. But whatever, Asmongold doesn't care about any of that in particular because we're dealing with someone who's a psychopath. He would prefer to just take the worst possible option when there are so many other sort of like decisions and choices that can be made to essentially mitigate a problem like this. He would prefer to just do the most violent thing possible because we're dealing with someone who's like an unfeeling, unthinking, like miserable wretch. Because that's like the thing is, like, we're dealing with someone who's just like a violent freak for the sake of just being a violent freak. Like, this is psychotic. I've seen Christians use the verses about King David defending Jerusalem to justify this kind of violence, by the way. David was really fucking brutal, if he existed. Shouldn't be really surprised by that at all, Boy Meets Minnie. The ever so quote-unquote pious evangelical Christian doing everything possible in order to, I don't know, be as big of a freak as possible. It's fucking wild, dude.
How the sausage is made, because you don't want to feel bad about the outcome. But the reality is that any way that you logically deduce this reality, you will immediately come out with bad behavior.
I don't even know, like, what he's talking about here. Like, does he think that the kids are inherently going to have bad behavior automatically because of the like the fact that their parents got separated from them for no reason while their asylum claims are being processed, so therefore they're going to inherently be terrorists? Like, what the fuck are you talking about here? No, that's not how any of this works. There are so many other fucking choices and decisions that are going to be made by people given, like, how a person is raised or how they're taught to sort of, like, think and believe, or their even sort of own belief systems. Like, they're not always going to be terrorists inherently, unlike yourself, who immediately decided to go with the terrorist option at any point in time, or throughout this whole fucking conversation. Like, you are the one who's currently making the choice right now of deciding to go with the worst possible option of shooting a crowd of migrants who are looking to migrate into a country because of their country getting fucked up because of a decision made by another fucking state. Like, that's not their fault necessarily. They have essentially been given a shit hand for literally no reason. So, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, they're going to inherently be terrorists? I don't know, bro. At this point, I think that any kin that you may have may inherently be terrorists if they get raised by you because of this sort of line of fucking thinking. And unironically, I think that, I don't know, you shouldn't have any children whatsoever because of how much of a fucking terroristic little freak that you are. I have no idea if you're going to raise those children to be such inherently violent little fucking monsters like yourself. I have no idea, given a lot of the things that you talk about and believe in. I don't think you should have kids at this point in time then. Like, if logic sort of dictates in terms of, like, what you fucking believe in, like, it's fucking stupid. This is nonsense. This is crazy.
You understand?
No, not really.
You just create a human shield defense? Of course. All I'm saying is don't pull the kids aside and shoot them if you had a choice.
True.
I don't think they should pull them aside. No one wants to feel bad about the outcome. Well, of course, I mean, like, yeah, actually, I don't care about feeling bad about the outcome at all. I care about feeling bad about that I did the wrong thing.
The wrong thing here is not shooting children and women who are looking to, like, claim asylum in a fucking country which they have the legal right to do under international law. Asmongold, you're a fucking psycho, little bro.
This is the kind of guy that falls hook, line, and sinker for the Hamas propaganda because he can't see past kids. It's so sad, man.
Fucking says Asmongold, who's unironically parroting terrorist propaganda from, like, the state of... Because this is how the state of Israel basically thinks as well. It's pretty much one-to-one sort of behavior here, but whatever. The psychotic freak. Yeah, like, literally bringing up Hamas has nothing to do with this. The only reason why he's doing this is because he believes the narrative of quote-unquote human shields, despite the fact that the state of Israel is more likely to use human shields in comparison to that of Hamas. Again, is it Hamas's problem that Israel does not distinguish between Hamas and Palestinian civilians when they do their bombing campaigns? No, that's not really Hamas's problem.
It's honestly so sad, the amount of people that are emotionally captured by this.
It's not being emotionally captured. It's having a belief in international law, or not even just a belief in international law. It's just not being a psychotic little freak like yourself. Because what you're saying here, Asmongold, is incredibly fucking psychotic. You are a freak little bro. And guess what? I think Twitch should absolutely fucking ban you for this shit, because you are unironically advocating for the shooting of women and children as a first option when it comes to dealing with crowds of migrants, which apparently there's a huge migrant wave that's happening under the Trump administration, even though he himself has said that there is no migrants coming into the country. So, like, which is it? I have no idea. Whatever. Schizophrenic freaks like this don't really believe in much of anything besides psychotic violence for the sake of having psychotic violence. Like, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Asmongold, you're a fucking psychopath, little bro. There is something wrong with you because of how much of, like, a, like, crazed freak that you are, who's deciding to resort to violence as a first order principle when it comes to dealing with a fucking quote-unquote hypothetical migrant crisis or some shit. Yeah, emotionally attached, says this triggered motherfucker who gets emotional at quote-unquote woke media. Exactly, points many. But yeah, I don't think there's, like, really much else to say besides Twitch, you have to do something about this, because the only reason why Asmongold feels like he can say stuff like this is because he's not faced any adverse consequences for the utterly psychotic fucking bullshit that he's been constantly spewing on his fucking platform for, at this point in time, the latter part of about 4 fucking goddamn years. And it's only been getting worse and worse and worse and worse. There's only one justifiable sort of action that can be done here, and that is punishment. Stuff like this should not be fucking allowed on your fucking platform, because I'm going to say it again, this is completely and utterly psychotic. I don't really know what else to say. Like, this, he's insane, dude. Like, unironically, just a lunatic. I'm actually afraid of RSS-like violence happening here, especially during the midterms. Well, you know, Asmongold is definitely not going to be on the front lines of that because he's too much of a stupid, lazy fuck to do that. He's going to be more busy pretending that his girlfriend loves him instead of, I don't know, joining in on the front lines of the schizophrenic right-wing takeover. Like, unironically, that's this is some of the most fucking psychotic bullshit, bullshit I have heard from him in a while. Like, genuinely fucking insane for saying that shit. I'm not gonna lie. He's actually fucking crazy for that. Yeah, bro absolutely does not carry the flame. I think that more or less fits perfectly. Lovely. Then we connect the rest of the road system to that outpost. And then guess what? Everything's going to be interconnected. And we will have the necessary tools to be able to actually build the factory. Hooray! Alright, I'm going to finish up these vehicle paths, and then we'll do the final topic du jour. That being the primaries and whatnot. I'm really do being on, like, very often, like, I think that, I don't very often advocate for people to be fucking banned from the social media platforms. The only one that I will do it constantly for is for Asmongold, because I think, like, basically everything he says and he does is such an egregious sort of violation of the TOS, even though he pretends to say that he's like, oh, no, I'm an adherent to it. I pretend to care about it. I care about it, quote unquote. Everything he fucking says and does is such a, like, flagrant violation of it. It's just like, dog, like, your dumbass under any normal circumstance would have been banned off this fucking platform, like, forever ago. You're just lucky that right now, Twitch has you as one of their fucking golden boys, which is why they're not doing anything about you, even though in reality they should have done something about you forever ago. Like, he's unironically just a psychopath. Reminds me of an Indian YouTuber. who had 5 million plus subs, then got yeeted because he wanted the BJP to cleanse all non-Hindus. Channel name was String, which referred to the sacred string Brahmins wear. The dude was basically Indian Ben Shapiro. Oh, cool. Did he also talk really fast like Ben Shapiro and talk like this, very nasally and very nerdily like this? Like Ben Shapiro? And done. And also, one of our things for Phase 3 is also almost finished as well in the versatile frameworks. Yeah, I see. I know you can see that, Boy Meets Mini. That's 25k versatile frameworks. I actually have the amount needed for that in reality. It's just that it's in storage. I mean, it's taken a while. With our improved belts, it certainly helps, but now that we're going to be able to wean off of coal as a fuel source, and we can use turbo fuel as a fuel source instead, that's my plan, because it's just a significantly better fuel source in comparison to that of fucking coal. We'll be able to use all those, because coal is the current bottleneck right now for our steel production, because that's the problem, is the steel production. Me replacing all the belts with, of course, level 4 belts certainly helped alleviate that sort of stress point. But yeah, with that specifically being put out of the way, we can now essentially have a lot more coal than we probably really know what to do with at the moment. Could use it to make more power plants or something. Who knows? Although I'm still pretty alright in terms of power. Yeah, we're fine in terms of power. Although our max consumption, if everything was going, if all machines in the grid were active, is 2,000 more than what we can produce. But that's not a very difficult solution for us to remedy. I mean, in reality, we're actually about to get our hands relatively soon, once we get some petroleum products going, on better stuff in terms of this power mod. Well, we need fluid packaging first. Alright, well, that'll be fuel fluid packaging taken care of. Hehehe. Take some of this residual plastic I have with me. Copper sheets. Can I just snag a bunch from here? So then I don't have to go to the copper sheet place, because I'm lazy. Mostly because I'm lazy. No, there's definitely not enough. Oh well. That's fine. But it's this. Oh, no, it's this. It's this. This will give us a significant amount more power, but we'll also have our hands on wind turbines, better wind turbines. Oh boy. And water dams. We're going to be able to dam some waterfalls. And better solar panels, so I guess I'll have to set up photovoltaic cells, which we could actually pretty easily. We have all the resources for it, but we need heavy modular frames as well. So that's cool. But for the time being, we need a bunch of other bullshit first. We need to essentially create all of this. I actually have a way to be able to produce liquid biofuel. Liquid biofuel is actually a pretty good resource and a pretty good source of fuel, funnily enough. Because I make plenty of free biomass. But yeah, we'll just get that done later. It's late. But we have to talk about the primaries. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab some water real quick, and then we'll just talk about the primaries. I will be right back. Just going to grab some water real quick. Where the fuck is my other tab? There it is. Yes, video cannot be monetized because of all the fucking lo-fi, blah 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 blah. Shut up. Do not care. Alright. Let's get started with this bullshit. Now, you all may be wondering for yourselves, Daho, why are you on this Haley Stevens tweet where she basically crashed out in some, like, very, like, strange screed here about Abdul al-Sayed, where Abdul al-Sayed correctly talks about how the establishment thinks that, or picked Haley Stevens because of the fact that she would not really be a critic of corporate power, but is talking about how she is the least capable candidate in America. And the sort of logic there is really obvious and is an extension of what he was saying in the debate. And I kind of agree here with specifically Abdul al-Sayed's logic here. It's really simple in reality. The logic that Abdul al-Sayed is essentially employing here is he's saying that if you need a crutch of about $60 million of AIPAC money in order to be able to beat your primary opponent, when we're talking about AIPAC, which primarily gets its money from Republican donors, who are you to exactly say that you're going to get that exact same crutch of tens of millions of dollars of AIPAC spending in order to be able to effectively fight against a Republican opponent? Like, does this basic fucking premise and argument make really much sense here? Well, apparently Blue MAGA types and Haley Stevens seems to disagree with this. Why don't we take a look at this? Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018. I was capable of winning my competitive primary and general election. You lost. Why the fuck does that matter? Abdul al-Sayed, from what I understand, was not really a well-known force within politics. I mean, he's always worked as a public health care sector worker, and that was also 8 years ago. A lot has fucking changed, and this sort of deference to the establishment that used to exist within the past is no longer in existence here. So I don't know what the point, what's exactly the point of you bringing this up? You lost by over 20 points to Gretchen Whitmer, and you will lose to Mike Rogers by talking like this. By saying that you having a crutch of about $60 million makes you a less capable candidate. Because the argument that these people were trying to say is they were trying to do a woke 1.0 sort of attempt at cancellation or something by calling him a misogynist. No, the position is rather simple. It's dog, if you need $60 million to beat Abdul, you're how much money do you need in order to beat fucking Mike Rogers? This is a little weird, isn't it? Everyone in America understands you want to blame all of your problems on Jewish Americans. What? Yeah, dude. It's all anti-Semitism, of course. What the fuck are you talking about? Is AIPAC a representation of every Jewish American? That's incredibly fucking anti-Semitic of you to say there, Haley Stevens. When if you poll most Jewish Americans, who tend to be liberal and flavors of progressive, a lot of them actually don't really like the actions of AIPAC. Same with the rest of the Democratic constituency. That's a little interesting. Also, are you Jewish, Haley Stevens? How do you know what the feelings of all Jewish Americans are? From what I understand, you're as Sam Cedar would say, a Gentile. What is with all these Gentiles essentially dictating what Jews are supposed to think and believe? That's a little fucking weird that you're doing that, Haley Stevens. But buddy, let me be very clear. I will lower the cost of groceries, which no one believes that you will, given your voting record. Ban stock trading for elected officials, stop Trump's abuses of power, and protect Michigan manufacturing. No actual tangible policies, but whatever, as expected. And you'll just be a celebrity whining and writing books to get even richer. You're part of the complainer class looking for their next book or podcast deal. Bro, I just want to work for Michigan. Bitch, you're the one who's gotten tens of millions of dollars of outside spending from crypto and AI interests and AIPAC as well. What the fuck are we talking about here? And Abdul has only gotten some stuff from a father-in-law, a relative who donated to his fucking super PAC. What are we fucking saying here, man? This is fucking pathetic, dude. Unironically. And I mean, all of the as corporate establishment types, including Carrie Peters, the retiring senator, that these two are basically fighting for the seat of course, it decided to come out of the woodwork and, of course, endorse Haley Stevens. And from what I understand, Michiganders don't really like a Gary Peters all that much. But if the metaphorical bell that's tolling for Haley Stevens' campaign couldn't get any worse, you have people like Chris Cillizza. This, like, overly emotional fucking weirdo, also saying that Abdul al-Sayed is a very capable candidate and that he's a much better, genuine, authentic candidate in comparison to that of Haley Stevens. Chris Cillizza is fucking saying this shit. And he's like a total centrist, like, know-nothing, like, fart-sniffing fucking loser. Like, fart-sniffing fucking dipshit who is like an overly emotional, like, complete vibes-based fucking loser who makes, like, no arguments as to why any of the particular candidates he supports are good. If you lose people like Chris Cillizza, Haley Stevens, oh buddy, you are not in a good position. I've been basically teasing it out for long enough. We have the results of the election. And guess what? Everyone has been calling it for Abdul al-Sayed. It's over. Haley Stevens is lost. Nobody fucking gives a shit about, I don't know, seeing AIPAC in your or not AIPAC, but Israel in your fucking goddamn dreams. He has managed to beat, and this is Abdul al-Sayed, the complete weight of the establishment, because Haley Stevens was basically nothing but 200 plus corporations in a fucking trench coat, right? No ground game, no genuine sort of energy for Haley Stevens whatsoever. Nobody gave a fuck about her in terms of, like, actually supporting her as a candidate, functionally speaking, right? She was all basically a bunch of TV ad buys and consultancy dreck from the standard consultancy class that exists within the Democratic Party. She is the metaphorical establishment swamp creature that they put all of their eggs in this basket, and it wasn't enough. She still lost. She outspent him by a margin of 9-1. $62 million wasn't enough. This is a massive fucking victory for general sort of like progressive politics within the United States of America. And if Abdul al-Sayed is able to win this Senate seat against Mike Rogers, and it's going to be a close one, the whole talking point that all these neoliberal centrist dumbfucks, these blue MAGA types, have been constantly trotting out against progressives will be completely moot. Because guess what? If Abdul al-Sayed, even though he's not a part of DSA, he is a Justice Democrat, he is a progressive, right? If he is able to win this Senate seat within Michigan, that talking point just fades away. Completely fades away. And the whole like thought-terminating cliche that a lot of these blue MAGA sort of types, these centrist types, have been basically utilizing against progressives is going to be completely and utterly moot. Of course, there's other races going on with various DSA candidates. There have been a lot of successes. There have been a lot of losses as well, which is unfortunate to say, of course. But one of the potential successes, we've not seen, obviously, the results of this coming in quite yet. It probably will figure out who wins this primary tomorrow, is Donovan McKinney against Sri Tanadar, or Tanadar? Whatever, another establishment sort of like creature of the swamp, for lack of a better term. And currently it's going to be a bit of a close one here. It's a representation of specifically Wayne County, that being Detroit, with between McKinney and, of course, Tanadar? Whatever. And it's looking pretty good right now here for McKinney. And it's at this point in time, I mean, it's like 72% in. He's still up about 3 points? Yeah, about 3 points 3,000 votes in this particular primary, which is looking good because he may be able, or he's probably going to win the general against the Republican because it's a very, very, very blue district in Detroit, of course. Tanadar used to be pro-Palestine and swung the other way. You're saying it right, by the way. Okay, cool. Thank you, Boyensmany. You know how I am with names. But yeah, basically, someone who used to be pro-Palestine probably got a bunch of AIPAC or Israel lobby money and then decided to change his tune immediately. Many such cases, it always fucking happens. Yada, yada, yada. And I believe there was also someone in Michigan's 7th district that you were telling me as well about Boy Meets Mini, who also won because the two moderate candidates split their votes between them. Just another social democrat who also won their primary against, again, more moderate fucking losers who nobody would have fucking liked. Which is just a good sign. I mean, like, listen, more and more people. William Lawrence, thank you, Boyd Mini. More and more DSA candidates are winning all across the United States of America. Progressives are winning their races. Of course, there's a bunch of losses as well within Virginia. A bunch of like DSA back candidates, and also in Michigan itself, a bunch of DSA candidates also lost within their races, probably because they just didn't have the momentum in comparison to that of, say, an Abdul Al-Sayed and Williams actually DSA. Okay, well, that's another DSA candidate who is probably going to be, or maybe winning, maybe a part of the House or something. Whatever. I have not seen Michigan's 7th. I don't know what exactly the makeup of it is or whatever. I don't know if it's like a super blue district or if it's a purple district. Doesn't necessarily matter. Who really cares? Blah, 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 blah. We're going to move on. It's a good thing that another DSA candidate has also won their primary against corporate sort of establishment Democrats. But one of the losses that I do want to highlight is Cori Bush here, who did get pretty much a pretty resounding loss here, unfortunately, here to Wesley Bell, who basically kicked out Cori Bush because of getting, like, what was it, like $12 million of AIPAC money? Yeah, $12 million of fucking AIPAC money. An unfortunate series of events because Cori Bush is a very, very good candidate. I hope she keeps at it against Wesley Bell because for some reason he's, like, popular within his district. I don't know why he's popular for some reason. People like this fucking AIPAC weirdo, but whatever. It's unfortunate that Cori Bush ended up losing in her seat, even though, like, I think she also got the Hassan endorsement, and also he campaigned for her. So I believe that's what, like, 14-1 record in terms of people that Hassan endorsed and I may not have necessarily campaigned for, but has endorsed and advocated for on his stream and had on his stream who have won their primaries. I don't know. Let's say it's a pretty good fucking record, guys. I don't know about that one, guys. But here, obviously, all the blue MAGA types have to come out of the woodwork in order to huff that fucking copium. And oh man, the copium has been palatable. But Neera Tanden has been very, very quiet throughout the entirety of this race. But now she's decided to crawl out of the woodwork to essentially say that what I learned tonight is a lot of pollsters and pundits in the Democratic Party ecosystem are very good at talking to white college-educated voters like themselves. Almost as if that's kind of the main problem with the consultants in general, is that they all tend to be white college-educated voters. That's mostly who they talk with. Neera, do you not understand what you're basically doing here? You're giving away the whole game. You're talking about the main problem that people are having with the whole consultancy class that exists within the Democratic Party. A lot like yourself, who is also one of those more well-off, educated fucking voters. Like, you're also calling yourself out here. Neera, do you know what you're fucking doing here? It's very, very strange. And have real blind spots with working class people of all races. You are aware that Abdul Al-Sayed also had a bunch of working class people also vote for him in this primary as well. Like, do you not understand that, Neera? Neera. Is this like the same, like, dumb fucking class reductionist bullshit? But whatever. I shouldn't be really surprised by this by Nira. This is like the standard cope that all the blue MAGA types are basically doing. Hi, Hutch. One of our arch fucking blue MAGA types. There was a lot of polling. Like, every pollster was saying that Abdul Al-Sayed was like up by like 19 points, 15 points, a lot of fucking double-digit points against Haley Stevens because of her disastrous debate performance. Given who may have been asked, who knows how exactly these polls are conducted, yada yada yada. Those were polls that were conducted like several days before the primary, Hutch. So I don't know why the fuck we're talking about this being an astroturfed campaign of manufactured hype. The reason why people are saying that Haley Stevens is an astroturfed campaign, you stupid motherfucker, is because of the fact that there were like no ground game. Like, you would never find really a Haley Stevens supporter out in the world. So generally speaking, a lot of people were operating under the assumption that who the fuck is a Haley Stevens voter? Like, who votes for her? Like, who? That's where that meme basically comes from, Hutch. So, I don't know, you can fucking huff that copium and saying that it's massive fucking projection, which doesn't really matter because Abdul Al-Sayed ended up winning anyways. So, like, cope? Yeah, fucking cope, Hutch. Like, go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch. Like, funnily enough, even Mallory McMorrow, after the race was called for Abdul Al-Sayed, you know what she did immediately? She immediately endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed for United States Senate. So, again, keep huffing that copium, Hutch, you fucking goddamn loser. Nobody likes you. You are an unprincipled fucking hack. And then we have this, like, fucking dumbass loser over here who, I mean, if you know anything about this guy, basically seems to just hate Islam. Like, basically hates Islamic people for some reason and is a Gen Z blue dog Democrat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this person is also a psyop as well, if you were thinking about it. But, I don't know, we're getting the Hassan Piker dig, for whatever reason, against Cori Bush for the one loss that Hassan has basically had in terms of all the picks that he's endorsed who have won their races. I don't know if you know this, Sire Rottweiler, you moron, if how basic math works, and as I say myself, I don't know, man, being 14-1, it's a pretty good record. That's pretty good, guys. Like, that's a 90+ win rate in terms of picks. I think it's like that'd be about 93%. That's a very, very good win rate. But does this motherfucker really care about that? No, because I don't know. I think this guy's like just a blue MAGA like weirdo DGG account who is a, I don't know, like weird schizo freak who probably does not even fucking live in Michigan. Let's be honest here. And barely understands what the desires of Michiganders are in terms of their, I don't know, desire to want to vote for someone like Abdul Al-Sayed. Like, you can cope and seethe about it, blue MAGA fucking weirdos. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Relatively speaking, a pretty massive victory here, of course, for Abdul Al-Sayed, showing that progressives have the ability to be able to, you know, with enough ground game and enough hype and momentum, can certainly beat a 9-1 fucking spending margin. 9-1 spending margin, man. Crazy that he was able to pull this off. And it's showing that the establishment is fraying and that they are scared. The Republicans themselves have also said that they are very, very scared of the momentum that Abdul Al-Sayed has coming into this race in terms of his fucking ground game. They are terrified, and same with like all the consultancy type weirdos within the Democratic Party, because it's showing that they are not really good at their jobs anymore, right? And they don't have the let's say the metaphorical pulse on the American people that a lot of these weirdos pretend that they do, right? And I mean, it's a day filled with a lot of victory, a day filled with some loss as well. That's just how politics is, of course. And of course, all the blue MAGA weirdos coping and seething about it will never not be just a perfect like bow to sort of tie this, I would say, overall pretty solid day of primary news and victories for a lot of progressive candidates running within the United States of America. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, fuck you, Hutch. Cope and seethe, you fucking loser. My position is simple. Whatever causes Hutch to crash out more is the position that I will always take, on principle. Oh shit. James Carville is about to leave the Democratic Party, based. Now expected to leave the Democratic Party after Abdul al-Sayed won his Michigan primary. He promised to leave the party if Hassan-endorsed candidates continued to win their races. He said that in Fox News because he's, like, mad, basically. Yeah, because he's, like, a salty little bitch. That basically nobody likes any of the bullshit that he says. Like, his politics is basically just fucking dead. Alright, who are we rating out to today? Not a lot of people on right now. Let's rate out to USA whole. Why not? Alright, dorks. Rate messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with the trans strat at the .hub rate, but if you're a non-sub, you say the WoW with the .hub rate. That's how we show appreciation. Those are Nintendo Case Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be continuing to, I don't know, do the same standard bullshit that we're doing. Yapping about, like, politics, yapping about satisfying our factory, and doing a bunch of other bullshit. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.